times to kind of absorb what that was saying. And as you know, I'm extremely attached to my 2.5-year-old granddaughter, Abby, right now. So I feel like I'm back in it with young children. And the idea of a 5-year-old, and then I read the details. She wasn't able to speak to her mother except for 1 hour a week. I had to read that 3 times, too. I kept thinking, well, they meant 1 hour a day, right? And that's bad enough. 1 hour a week? Who makes these decisions? Who are the cruel Mrs. Hannigans of today's federal immigration world that think that they can make these decisions without inflicting enormous trauma on children for no reason at all, as far as I'm concerned? And regardless of your politics, regardless of whether or not you think that people shouldn't be here illegally and that they need to be deported, I think we can all reasonably agree that if we want to deport people, we should deport them collectively as a parent and not separate 5-year-olds from their moms. Joshua Eaton is an investigative reporter from Hearst, Connecticut Media Group. He broke the story. Today he has another story in the same vein about more children, about more instances of this. And I'm very happy to welcome him to the show right now. Hello, Joshua Eaton. Welcome to the show today.
Thank you so much for having me.
So I want to know and understand as from a reporter's point of view, how did you find out about this one case about Camilla, the 5-year-old? And were you yourself able to enter one of these detention centers?
So we were not able to go into one of these shelters or one of these facilities. The facilities would not speak with us on the record. They would not let us come in. Obviously, they're federal contractors. But we found these cases, including the case of Camilla, through lawsuits that attorneys filed in federal district court trying to get these children out of federal custody.
So, you know what, for the sake of clarity, because I'm a big believer in language, these facilities are jails, are they not?
They're not jails. They're some of them. What the federal government does is they contract with nonprofits. These are nonprofits that have other shelter services that they provide to children. So some of these children are in residential facilities, essentially shelters. And then some of the children spend their days in facilities run by these nonprofits. And then at night, they're staying with foster families or people they don't know, people they haven't met before, but who are keeping them at night.
Are the children allowed to leave?
The children in the shelters, they can leave with a staff member. The shelters do say that they go on educational field trips, for example.
But they are not allowed to leave with people of their choosing. Right. Their family is not allowed to pick them up. Right. So I'm calling them a jail because their freedom is restricted substantially. Substantially, correct?
Their freedom is restricted substantially. And, you know, we had one example of a teen, I believe, who, you know, wasn't able to play sports because he couldn't, you know, go out with the shelter staff to play sports, for example. So it is a very restrictive environment. I mean, and of course, these children are, you know, separated from their families, which, according to psychologists who interviewed them, according to their attorneys, was very traumatic.
Well, do you really need to be a psychologist or an attorney? Or can you just be a human being to understand that ripping a 5-year-old away from a mother is a very bad thing to do?
You know, these are the government has always struggled with this issue of unaccompanied minors. Some of these are children who show up at the U.S.-Mexico border without a guardian, for example.
It's a different case. That's a different case, Josh, because then the government is faced with the predicament of what do we do as a government. That is not the same as intentionally taking a child away from a parent.
And, you know, we saw a mixture of cases. Some of these were unaccompanied children who were traveling without a guardian to the U.S. to reunite with a parent who was in the U.S. And some of these were children who we had an example of one teenager who his father was arrested by ICE, and he was with his father And instead of releasing him to his mother, who was not arrested, ICE designated him as an unaccompanied child. And
why did they do that? On what legal ground could they? That's a horrible case. On what legal ground could they possibly have done that? The mother is also the legal guardian. She has as much right to custody of the child as the father does. So on what ground could they have? How did they assert that the government should take this child away?
There was a lot of back and forth in that case, and the judge in issuing a ruling in that case was pretty harsh on the government's statements. The judge said that the government had made some contradictory statements about efforts they made to contact the mother. The government said, for its part, we tried to contact the mother never came to get the child, and then we placed the child in this facility. The mother disputed that, and at the end of the day, the judge ruled for the mother and released the child.
Well, what's coming across with all of these cases, Joshua Eaton, at least the ones that I'm watching that you're reporting, is every single time it gets in front of a judge, it's a pretty cut and dry case. Because as you actually relay in your very thoroughly researched reporting, the law is pretty clear. The deadlines are very short. If there is any detention whatsoever, it has to be days, maybe a week or two, certainly not 200 days, 505 days, days that stretch into 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, more than a year. It's indefensible by the time it gets to a judge, but part of what you're saying in your reporting is that it's not getting in front of a judge all that quickly.
We found 6 cases here in Connecticut, and these aren't all children from Connecticut. Some of them are children from other places who are simply placed in shelters here in Connecticut. But we found 6 cases here in Connecticut, 6 children, where there were attorneys who were able to bring lawsuits. But, we've also, through our reporting, we learned that on an average day this spring, there were more than 24 children in these facilities in Connecticut. And, that's not counting the hundreds and hundreds of children in similar facilities in other states, including likely some children from Connecticut.
You're telling me there's over 2,000 kids in Connecticut now under the age of 18, under the age of 16, that are separated from parents that are willing to be their guardians here?
24. There were over 24.
I thought you said 2,000. 24.
Over 24 in the spring, but
okay.
Hundreds across the country
right.
in these types of facilities.
Right. So if it's over 24, if it's let's say 25 to 30 kids, what is the status right now? Do those children all have lawyers at this point? What's happening with those kids?
So the federal government has a contract with legal service providers. It's mandated under policy and under court settlements to provide legal services for these children. We have a couple of different legal service providers that provide legal services to children in facilities here in Connecticut. But that doesn't necessarily mean that those legal service providers can bring these kinds of lawsuits on the children's behalf. Those lawsuits typically are brought by a private nonprofit attorneys who are working pro bono. That's working without pay, or not being paid.
Why?
By the child.
I mean, I'm a lawyer.
I'm
a lawyer. I'm a judge, Josh Eaton, and I'm a lawyer. It begs the question to me, why? If children are entitled to attorneys and attorneys are supposed to act in their best interests, and this is emphatically not in their best interest, nor is it legal, why are these attorneys that are assigned to represent the children, why are they not bringing these lawsuits? Why are they not doing their job?
These attorneys are working, the legal service providers are working under contract with the federal government. So that then to be bringing a suit against the federal government can be complicated.
It's not. Actually, it's not complicated. It's a question of ethics, right? It's not complicated at all. It's a question of who is your client. It's really not. It's really not. I mean, Josh Eaton, I hear what you're saying. You're saying complicated because you're kind of giving them a pass because you're acknowledging there's a conflict of interest because they're getting paid by the government. But the truth is, as a lawyer, it's extremely clear. If your client is the child and your client is being wrongly detained, you have an obligation to try and free your client.
Well, what we've seen is we've certainly seen private nonprofit attorneys bringing these habeas cases, both in child cases and in adult cases. But we know that the number of habeas cases that we see, whether it's for children or for adults, is really the tip of the iceberg in terms of who's being detained, both the children who are being detained by Health and Human Services and the adults who are being detained by ICE. It is a flood of these habeas cases already over the past 2 years. Many, many, many more, orders of degree more than we saw during previous administrations. And, everyone is telling us, both when it comes to adults and when it comes to children, it's really, really the tip of the iceberg in terms of who's actually in custody.
Joshua Eaton is an investigative reporter at Hearst, Connecticut Media Group. He's on a byline with Jacqueline Rabe Thomas, who wrote what I thought was a really important piece for everybody to read and understand, with the headline, 5-year-old spent 118 days alone in federal immigration custody in Connecticut before reuniting with her mom. She was only allowed to see her mom 1 hour a week. Josh Eaton, welcome back to the show. Josh, who made the rule that she could only see her mother for 1 hour a week? Did you ever find out? Who made that rule?
These sorts of facilities, they're private nonprofits, but they're under contract with the Office of Refugee Resettlement, which is part of Health and Human Services. These children, some of them are taken into custody by Customs and Border Protection at the U.S.-Mexico border. Some of them are taken into custody by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And then they're transferred over, unlike adults who might stay in CBP or ICE custody, they're transferred over to Health and Human Services. And it's Health and Human Services that places them in a facility. And it's also Health and Human Services that sets the rules for releasing these children to their families and vetting those, what they call sponsors.
Yeah, I saw that you said that DCF in Connecticut has zero role in this. One of the more troubling things was that there was very little, if no, oversight over who these sponsor foster parents are. Were you able to find out more about them? Who decides who these foster parents are, and how do we know that they're safe places for the children?
So DCF, there are three. At the time that we were reporting, there were 3 facilities here in Connecticut. 2 of them are residential shelters, and DCF does license and inspect those shelters. There's a third service provider that places children in short and long-term foster care. And now that service provider, they do foster care for DCF, and DCF does license them for foster care placement specifically for DCF. But what DCF told us is they do not license them for the work that they do for ORR, or the federal government. And that's the work they do placing these immigrant children.
I don't understand. Are they splitting hairs? Are they saying we know who these families are and they're otherwise responsible foster families, but we haven't looked at them for this match? Is that what they're saying?
We weren't able to fully get clear answers on that, and it's certainly something we're still digging into and still reporting on. What the federal government told us is they told us that they follow all state licensure requirements. They told us where there isn't state licensure, they have their own regulations and guidelines that they impose. Those include background checks and mandated reporter training. But the federal government would not talk to us about any specific facility or any specific case. They would only speak to us in generalities. And we did see from the 2 shelter facilities that DCF inspects, in the state DCF inspection reports, one of the things they said was the federal government has not been coming to inspect this facility as frequently as they were. And so that certainly raises some concerns.
Let me ask you this. With the Camilla case, was the mother willing to speak to you?
We did do an interview with the mother that we quote in our story.
And why was the child removed from the mother? In other words, the child is a 5-year-old. Why is the child being punished? What was the stated reason for this?
So this was a girl who the family from a very poor region of Mexico. The mother and the father had come to the U.S. to earn money, to send it back home. Camilla was living with her grandmother in Mexico. The mother had gone back frequently to visit, but became pregnant, was not able to go back and visit. And this is something we don't have a lot of detail on, but at some point, the family made the decision that Camilla was going to come to the U.S. to reunite with the mom. She did, and she was apprehended by CBP.
They sent a 5-year-old with wait, was the 5-year-old with her grandmother? Who was the 5-year-old with?
That's something that the mother declined to speak with us about that. We don't have a lot of detail about that. There isn't a lot of detail in the court filings about that.
Okay, so there was a 5-year-old.
What we do have detail on is what happened once she was in the United States.
So once she was in the United States, did she ever see her mother? In other words, when I was reading your reporting, it seemed to me, maybe I read it incorrectly, that she was separated from her mother here. Did she never get to see her mother here? Was she immediately detained and simply never got to see her mother?
She was detained for 3 days by Customs and Border Protection, which is the maximum that CBP is allowed to detain children in these cases. Then she was put on a bus and sent first to a facility in Noank. That was a residential facility, a shelter. And when she was at the Noank facility, she was not able to meet with her mom in person. They had phone conversations. But these legal advocates raised concerns about her being placed in the Noank facility. At that time, the Noank facility basically had teenagers. And so you had this 5-year-old being housed in this residential facility with, everyone else there as a teenager. Legal advocates raised concerns about that, and they were able to get Camilla transferred to this foster care facility here in New Haven. And once Camilla was in New Haven, her and her mom were able to visit, but again, it was this 1 hour a week.
So from the time she left Mexico, she never was in the full custody of her mother, and the federal government kept her from being with her mother for 118 days.
That's correct.
And when it got in front of a judge said that it was illegal, that the child had to be released to her mother's custody.
This was not a case. So we looked at 5 cases involving 6 children, and those are the cases that have been filed here in Connecticut. And in 2 of those cases, the judge did rule that the detention was likely illegal and that the government had to release the child to the family. In Camilla's case, it actually didn't even get that far. It was just a few days after the court case was filed that the government basically voluntarily released.
Yeah, because they knew they were going to lose in front of a judge. Same difference. Okay, you're right. A judge didn't have to do it, but they looked at the paperwork and they knew they didn't have a leg to stand on, so they gave her back to her mommy. Okay. And then, and now, do you know what's happening with the family? Is the federal government just deciding to deport the whole group? Like, what happens?
As far as we know, first of all, it's very touching details from the family about the Camilla. Her favorite thing is princesses. They had a princess-themed cake for her, set up this bedroom for her in pink and purple, her favorite colors. with stuffed animals to welcome her home, and had this all set up, ready to go for her when she got there. And when we spoke to the mother, don't know a lot of details about any ongoing immigration cases that might be going on in immigration court, but what the mother expressed to us was just her relief
and joy to see her daughter. Yeah.
Relief and joy to see her daughter, but also, this is a daughter who, she was separated from for a long, long time. And what she told us is, I'm getting to know my daughter again.
Josh Eaton, thank you so much for your reporting. We're going to be continuing to read it and watch it. And we thank you very much. Joshua Eaton, investigative reporter for Hearst, Connecticut Media Group on the Lisa Wexler Show. We'll be right back.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Widespread smoke this afternoon. Very warm and less humid in the upper 80s. Smoke this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny, warm, and less humid in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's July 15th. On this day in 1996, Bill Gates' Microsoft and NBC News launched MSNBC.
So what is the most important story in our news right now, in our country, in this moment in American history?
Only be described as a very special Morning Joe. Live from New York City.
The number one movie at the box office in 1988 was Die Hard. Here's the star Bruce Willis.
Die Hard is not a Christmas movie. It's a Bruce Willis movie. So yippee-ki-yay.
In 2006, Jack Dorsey released to the world Twitter, which is now X. July 15th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC, the voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Primary races continue across the country ahead of November's midterm elections. Tonight, President Trump is expected to address Americans. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters that his remarks will focus on election integrity.
I think the American people will be relieved to hear what they are hearing from the President of the United States and his commitment to transparency and the focus on the integrity of our elections tonight.
ABC's Rachel Scott has more on the president's speech.
Sources say the president is expected to detail information he says he received from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence related to the 2020 election. Of course, President Trump has long pushed conspiracy theories and false claims about the 2020 election, which he lost.
The president also locked in new hostilities with Iran, with each side, the U.S., launching strikes near the Strait of Hormuz. Negotiations on a peace deal remain at a standstill. ABC's Karen Travers has details.
Sources say the president...
Yesterday, the president said that Iran is not happy right now, doesn't like what the United States is doing, and he says Iran wants to settle, but no indications at this point of where negotiations go, because Iran, of course, continues to fire back every time the United States has launched another wave of strikes over the last 5 days.
In Texas Hill Country, high river rescues taking place due to flash flooding. Rivers, including the Guadalupe River, have yet to crest. Governor Greg Abbott, meantime, says one person died overnight between Kerrville and Comfort. That happened overnight. The governor also says more than 70 people have been rescued so far. Some of those swift rudder rescues were pre-positioned along the Guadalupe River, and they're being put to the test today. An elderly couple that was trapped in their homes said they didn't know if they could get out or not. Boat crews trying to reach them. Abbott also says that warning sirens are activated and functioned properly. You're listening to ABC News.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Hundreds of wildfires burning in Canada, triggering health alerts across the Midwest and Northeast due to bad air quality. That drifting smoke setting in along with the heat dome. In western states in the U.S., the threat of wildfires in parts of California, leading utility companies to take precautions.
When wildfire conditions become dangerous here in California, it's now routine for power companies to proactively shut off electricity. So if power lines come down, they don't start wildfires that run and can be deadly in high wind. Pacific Gas and Electric has shut off power in areas east and south of the San Francisco Bay Area. Southern California Edison has turned off the power for about 450 customers in Santa Barbara County. The heat and wind should improve going into the weekend, allowing the electricity to be turned back on. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
The Senate Judiciary Committee hearing from witnesses today. Day 2 for Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche.
Democrats called an Epstein survivor, as well as Liz Oyer, the former pardon attorney under President Biden. Oyer testified she was fired by Blanche after she refused to recommend that actor Mel Gibson's gun rights be restored after he lost them following a misdemeanor conviction for battering his former girlfriend.
I declined to rubber stamp a political favor for a friend of the president, and it cost me my job.
Republicans, meanwhile, called George W. Bush's attorney general and the president of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association Foundation.
ABC's Peter Haralambous, Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as big wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Smoke continues to trickle into Connecticut from large wildfires in Canada and Minnesota. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is issuing an air quality alert for the entire state. Meteorologists with AccuWeather say the state will see the worst haze later today. DEEP says the air quality is at or exceeding levels that are unhealthy for people with sensitivity or pre-existing conditions. Children, teenagers, older adults, pregnant women, and people with asthma, CPD, and heart disease are the most at risk. Governor Ned Lamont is reminding you that the state's extreme hot weather protocol has been activated and will remain in effect until tonight. Under the protocol, the Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection's Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security uses its communications network to enable local, regional, and state emergency management officials and first responders to share information about conditions and other situations. And Stratford Mayor Dr. David Chess says water has been restored to all Stratford residents after a water main break on Tuesday. The mayor said the break occurred on Huntington Road, which disrupted water service for residents in the area Tuesday into Wednesday. Chess said there was an additional water main break on Beaver Dam Road, and water service in both areas was restored by 6 p.m. Wednesday. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 7 through 9 in the left lane. On 95 south out of New Haven, more road work, exits 47 through Kimberly Avenue, and stay to the right to get through. On the Merritt Parkway, southbound, more construction, exit 20 down to 17A and B. And on the Wilbur Cross, you have it southbound side through Hampton, down to the tunnel, and northbound, exit 53 through 58. Stay left to get around it. Route 8 northbound, road work starts at exit 12B, and southbound, you have it from exit 12A down to exit 7. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Smoke this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny, warm, and less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right. Listen. I understand some people are not happy about these speed cameras. I get it. Now, we're not talking in this segment about the automated license plate readers. That's another discussion. It seems to alternate almost every day, doesn't it? But apparently, Fairfielders, you folks in Fairfield, you're not happy. Come on. I mean, listen, if you don't like the idea of these speed cameras that have been in about a dozen towns so far, they're in Milford, they're in Fairfield, they're probably coming to Bridgeport. If you don't like them, fine, but please don't act like everything is so much of a surprise here. Andreas Yilmaz's story today in the Connecticut Post. Fairfield residents blast controversial speed cameras at a packed meeting. This wasn't ready. What wasn't ready about it? See, I find this fascinating, where people say, well, it wasn't ready, the technology's right, we didn't know about it. Well, wait a minute, hold it, Clyde. If you didn't know about it, no, honestly, seriously. Now, we're not talking about the license plate readers. That's different. The cops, the local police, the state police, security companies, they go, shh, they are not bound to tell you where the license plate readers are, because that's considered a crime-fighting apparatus. Nothing in state law says they have to diverge that. But I'm still trying to wrap my arms around people who say, well, when did this happen? We didn't know about this. How are you not prepared about this? In 2026, when there are literally probably dozens or a couple of hundred news stories pushed to your digital device, your computer, your phone, your laptop, your notebook, your tablet, every minute of every day. And how are people so surprised at this? I don't understand it. And the other thing I don't get is the anger at this, and I know I've been saying this over and over and over, but I still haven't got an answer that makes me happy that people are actually paying attention. Hello? Is anybody listening? Are you paying attention? They didn't put up these speed cameras and stop sign cameras and stoplight cameras. They didn't put those up overnight. And if you go out there, if anybody in Fairfield the other day or any other city or town goes out there and says, well, we didn't know about this or when did this happen? You know what that means? You're not paying attention. You've got your heads parked either somewhere up or somewhere down in the sand. This is a major freaking story that went on for the better part of a year and a half, and now people are waking up. My God, pay attention, people. Pay attention. So they had a big meeting the other night at Ward High, more than 100 residents gathering Tuesday. Among the worries of the device's vocal opponents was that the cameras were akin to surveillance. Here we go again. Here we go. The big state. Do you know how many cameras you pass? Not these cameras, but do you notice the cameras that are at a lot of intersections right now, way up high where the lights are, or maybe strung out where the traffic lights are? Yes, those cameras are watching you. Those are traffic control cameras. They work, some of them, by artificial intelligence. My God, between the data centers, between the license plate readers, everybody is acting like it's the end of the world. It's not. If you're a law-abiding person and you're not breaking the law, guess what? for the sake of law enforcement and these cameras, your lives are just boring enough where the cops aren't going to care. If you're not trafficking kids, if you're not jacking convenience stores, if you're not stealing cars, if you're not taking what doesn't belong to you, carjacking, guess what? You've got nothing to worry about. Whoever this gentleman is, Fairfield resident Chris Martin said at the meeting to the applause from other audience members, we all want to live in safe communities with safe streets. All right. But is surveillance technology and AI needed to achieve this? Mr. Martin, with all due respect, I would ponder yes. Yes. You can't, and I'm already getting answers here on the Facebook page question, well, hire more cops. It doesn't work that way. Because every time you want to hire more cops or more firefighters or EMTs, a lot of you folks paying property taxes, you bitch and moan. Well, my taxes are going up. Well, guess what? This is a way to stretch the police force. Now, you have to make sure that this information, these images, are not abused. And there have been cases around the country, and thankfully, those cops are getting fired and or arrested. And we have laws here in Connecticut as to where the information from either the license plate readers or the speed cameras can be shared with specific people. And our guest from last week, Greg Howard, state legislator, active duty police officer, said those laws are constantly being tweaked. The forum focused on safety initiatives, including the newly implemented speed cameras at 6 school zones that operate during the summer months and 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All right. So train yourself. Make some effort instead of just bitching and moaning about this incessantly. Figure out another way to go. See, here's the problem. Nobody wants to slow down. That's the problem. I don't want to slow down. I want to blow through the schools. Well, guess what, Clyde? Guess what, Susie? Those days are over. Slow the F down. Well, it's only for a couple of 100 feet. Well, yeah. The same thing you do when you see a cop beside the road. Hi, officer. How you doing? 2 hands on the wheel. 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Is he gone? Good. Leadfoot, there it is. Unreal. Although some residents who attended were understanding of the speed cameras, the majority were critical of the speed cameras for several reasons, including how the cameras are running 24 hours a day all year and privacy concerns. I wonder how many people that are concerned about their privacy know that the reason that they see advertisements on their cell phone is because they have their location services turned on. That means they're telling Google, they're telling Grok, they're telling Yahoo, they're telling Gmail where they are every second of the day. And I wonder how many of those people realize that when they go on shopping online, oh, look at this, honey. Here's a toy for us. Ooh, let's order that. Yeah, well, unless you're in private mode, guess who the entire world knows what you and the missus ordered, which is good. God bless you. Keep the fun going. I get it. But my God. Oh, my God. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I mean, my God. And the local police departments are saying that in the first couple of months of this, speeds have dropped way down. People are training themselves. And number two, a lot of the people getting caught are from out of town. Well, my cousin or my sister came in and she got, well, you know what, honey? You should tell your cousin or your sister or your kids, don't go X, Y, and Z because there are speed cameras here. Or they may want to read the signs that are put up there, the big signs that say photo enforcement there. Oh, my God. You people in Fairfield, I love you, but suck it up. Come on. And again, man, am I going to get in trouble for this one. But again, trust me, and this is a good thing. Your lives are not that interesting that the cops are going to say, "Oh, look at that. She ordered chicken and broccoli tonight." My God. Just do me a favor, all you folks. Just relax.
When you hear pizza, you're excited. But when you hear Connecticut pizza, you're talking about the best of the best, and the best pizza in the country deserves the best event. That's the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Connecticut Basement Systems, Sunday, August 2nd at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, celebrating all things Connecticut pizza. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Thanks to Mohegan Sun Online Casino and Jordan's Furniture New Haven.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go: Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go: Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
At Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU. And mental health means community health, where collaborations with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, we're here for you at Stanford Health.
The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth's 18 and under prize provided by the Bridgeport Harbor Marina. Visit bluefishtournament.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 7 through 9 in the left lane. On 95 south out of New Haven, more road work, exits 47 through Kimberly Avenue. And stay to the right to get through. On the Merritt Parkway, southbound, more construction, exit 20 down to 17A and B. And on the Wilbur Cross, you have it southbound side through Hampton down to the tunnel, and northbound, exit 53 through 58. Stay left to get around it. Route 8 northbound road work starts at exit 12B, and southbound, you have it from exit 12A down to exit 7. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC traffic.
Tonight we'll bring more smoke in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny and warm, but less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, a few showers and thunderstorms in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Shelton's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
See, look, I could understand everybody bitching and moaning in Fairfield and all these other cities and towns if these cameras were hidden. They're not hidden. And again, I'm reading on all these discussion boards last night, well, you know, when did this happen? They didn't tell me. No. They told the entire state of Connecticut, the DOT, the DMV, the State House, the State Senate. They structured the bill to need 3 separate approvals, 2 locally, 1 on the state level, before these things could be even ordered. There's a 3-year cutoff now, too, for the original cities and towns doing this. So you may disagree with it, and I'm fine if you think your city or town doesn't need it. But don't try to hide the fact that you're just not paying attention. You are. You're not paying attention. If you had no idea this was happening, you're not listening to us on the radio, you're not watching any of the local TV stations, Channel 8, News 12, whatever, in this area, you're just not paying attention. If you don't like them, that's fine. That we can get into. But to say, well, we were kind of blindsided on this. No, you weren't. No. Your city or town council, board of alders, RTM, you needed an initial vote of yes on it. Then there was a subcommittee that, again, you needed a yes vote from. Then the police officials in the city and town and or the mayor, the chief executive, had to sign off on it and submit a plan to the DOT, and then they had to sign off on it. So I'm begging you, just admit you weren't paying attention. That's all. And we can all be friends. Matt in Fairfield kicks us off today. Hello, Matt. How are you?
Hello, Paul.
Hey, how you doing?
Happy Thursday. Well, doing well.
Yeah.
Hey, I just got two thoughts about it.
Yeah.
One of them is I've been riding a family member from around the police department on Reef Road in Fairfield across the Boston Post Road to the train station for years.
Yeah.
And if there was some true virtue in wanting to control speed in town, it's not being applied on the Boston Post Road because during rush hour, it's a race between one stop sign and the next heading south through the middle of town. And it's almost dangerous to cross the road.
I do know, Matt. I do know there are a couple of cameras, though, I believe. And I'll get the list for you on the break here, Matt, and I'll let you finish. But I think there are 2 cameras on the Boston Post Road. I forgot what they are, but I'll let you know.
Might be. For years, it's been a raceway.
Yeah.
The other point was, I think, and this is more about the cameras around the schools.
Yeah.
I listened to likes of Tony Wong and the police commissioner telling us how we have some type of a crisis. And yet, these days, when things are done, typically they're attached to metrics. And I heard nobody telling us we've done studies in the previous years that have resulted in numbers now that tell us we really do have a developing crisis on these roads. They just tell us all of a sudden we've got a crisis.
All right, they have, and Matt, thank you for the call. I promise I'll pull that number. I'll pull the locations up for you in a second here. There are numbers, and the police in Milford are saying the drop-off in speeding from month number 1 to month number 2 has been incredible. So people are, in fact, getting the idea. They're getting it. And I know other people say, well, we should have police officers. Stop that. You don't have enough cops to do that. You don't. And how many times have we got, and Lord knows I've been pulled over a number of times over the years. I've been driving almost 50 years now. So believe me, I like to drive. I enjoy driving a little fast. But how many times have we been pulled over and we're getting a ticket or a warning and right past it? So you're saying to yourself, well, I just kind of got picked out. So one reason I like cameras. They don't discriminate. All right, Paul and Orange, hang on. Back with more right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 7 through 9 in the left lane. On 95 south out of New Haven, more road work, exits 47 through Kimberly Avenue. And stay to the right to get through. On the Merritt Parkway, southbound, more construction, exit 20 down to 17A and B. And on the Wilbur Cross, you have it southbound side through Hampton down to the tunnel, and northbound, exit 53 through 58. Stay left to get around it. Route 8 northbound road work starts at exit 12B, and southbound, you have it from exit 12A down to exit 7. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
Smoke this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny, warm, and less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Kristoff. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you like me, love to fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Sign up for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code BIG5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code BIG5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code BIG5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Got something to say? Give Paul a call. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, coming up after the news, I've got some numbers here, and they're in this Hearst story, and you can judge for yourselves. I know a lot of people say, well, I would rather have a real cop pulling me over than just an automated system. But that in and of itself is unfair, is it not? And I know people, I know people blanch at the result or the notion of people sitting in some darkened office behind a screen and saying, look, there she goes. And again, we've already seen in the news around the country, likely from the license plate readers and not too much from the speed cameras, that there have been abuses of this information. There's abuse in a lot of places. So what you do is you shake that out. And as our buddy Greg Howard said on the show last week, you remind officers, you say, listen, here's the only way you can share this information. If you're evaluating a ticket, you've got to be very careful, on and so forth and so forth. There it is. I'll have those numbers coming back right here on WICC.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Federal investigators with the Commodity Futures Trading Commission allege a longtime technical assistant to President Trump used insider knowledge of the president's speeches to win more than $100,000 on prediction market Cauchy. Sources tell ABC News. At the White House, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the teleprompter operator, Gabriel Perez, is on leave during the investigation.
Well, the White House has extremely strict ethical guidelines with respect to issues like this. And as I just told you, this individual will no longer be here. He'll be on paid administrative leave. I'm sorry, without pay. The administrative leave is unpaid.
Perez allegedly cooperating with authorities. Leavitt also telling reporters President Trump's primetime speech tonight will focus on election integrity ahead of the midterm elections. Hostilities between the U.S. and Iran continuing to escalate. The Strait of Hormuz remains at the center of current airstrikes. In Texas Hill Country, high river rescues taking place to flash flooding. The governor says at least one person has died. This is
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Smoke continues to trickle into Connecticut from large wildfires in Canada and Minnesota. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is issuing an air quality alert for the entire state. Meteorologists with AccuWeather say the state will see the worst haze later today. DEEP says the air quality is at or exceeding levels that are unhealthy for people with sensitivity or pre-existing conditions. Children, teenagers, older adults, pregnant women, and people with asthma, CPD, and heart disease are the most at risk. Governor Ned Lamont is reminding you that the state's extreme hot weather protocol has been activated and will remain in effect until tonight. Under the protocol, the Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection's Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security uses its communications network to enable local, regional, and state emergency management officials and first responders to share information about conditions and other situations. More than 100 Fairfield residents attended a public information session held Wednesday at Fairfield Ward High School's auditorium to voice their opposition to the town's speed enforcement cameras. First Select Person Christine Vitale argued in favor of the cameras, saying safety is the primary goal of these initiatives, particularly in school zones. Police Chief Michael Paris also said that while he opposed the cameras at the beginning, he believes they are a tool to slow down drivers, and he believes the cameras are working. Jason Norton, a representative from Altumint, the company that provides the speed cameras, provided preliminary data from the cameras. He said the data shows that between the warning period on May 1st to when tickets began to be issued on June 1st, there was an 87.2% drop in speeding. The camera is only activated if someone is driving 11 miles per hour or more above the speed limit. However, the overwhelming majority of the residents in attendance, including Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong, voiced their frustrations and opposition to the cameras. The session was scheduled to run for 2 hours, but it was close to 3. Tributes continue to pour in from first responders across the state in honor of Bridgeport police officer Cooper Whiteside, who died on Monday in a motorcycle crash in Danbury. The 38-year-old Whiteside was a police officer in Bridgeport for 4 years and also served as a volunteer firefighter in both West Reading and Brookfield. On Wednesday afternoon, Whiteside's body was transported from the chief medical examiner's office in Farmington to a funeral home in Danbury. Firefighters and police officers in full dress uniform lined the entrance and saluted as their fallen colleague passed by. 34-year-old Brittany Islami of New Milford was also killed in the crash. More cases of cyclosporiasis are confirmed in Connecticut. The Connecticut Department of Health announced Wednesday that 40 cases had been reported so far in the state. Health officials are urging residents to thoroughly wash fresh produce. Caitlin Kimball, co-owner of Sunset Farm in Milford, told WTNH TV News 8 that they have seen a boost in the last week of people wanting to find more locally grown food.
I've gotten more than a dozen calls over the last couple of days with people asking us how we wash our produce, what our protocols are, is it safe to eat our lettuce? And I've just been really positive and assuring, saying that, we harvest our food, we wash it in water, and it's at our farm stand.
Symptoms of the virus include diarrhea, nausea, and fatigue, and healthcare experts say the virus can be treated with antibiotics. And Connecticut is the 13th best state to move to, according to an annual survey from Consumer Affairs. The rankings are based on factors including safety, quality of life, healthcare, and education. New Hampshire is number 1 in the survey. Massachusetts is 6th, Rhode Island 17th, and New York is 40th. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 7 through 9 in the left lane. On 95 south out of New Haven, more road work, exits 47 through Kimberly Avenue. And stay to the right to get through. On the Merritt Parkway, southbound, more construction, exit 20 down to 17A and B. And on the Wilbur Cross, you have it southbound side through Hampton down to the tunnel, and northbound, exit 53 through 58. Stay left to get around it. Route 8 northbound road work starts at exit 12B, and southbound, you have it from exit 12A down to exit 7. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight we'll bring more smoke in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny and warm, but less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, a few showers and thunderstorms in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Whole bunch of people not happy in Fairfield. Big packed meeting a few days ago. Fairfield residents blasting controversial speed cameras at a big meeting. More than 100 residents gathering at Ward High School on Tuesday, voicing their concerns about the town's new highly criticized speed cameras. And again, if you want to criticize the use of the cameras overall, then go ahead and do that. But a lot of people are saying, they are surveillance. And other people, I guess, at the meeting saying, they didn't know all the details, they weren't informed or whatever. But again, here are some numbers. And the idea here is not to calm your fears about some sort of pseudo-constitutional argument here. The point is they work, at least according to the numbers we're getting from the Fairfield Police Department and town officials, and I don't think they'd be lying. Maybe they are. I don't think so. 203-333-9422. Jason Norton, the Chief Revenue Officer of Altumint, the company that provides the speed cameras, had some numbers. Now, to one of our previous callers, here are some of the numbers here. They're interesting. So far, to date, 75,000 vehicles have triggered the cameras in Fairfield. Now, number one, that tells you something. And I know you could always argue about, well, is it the raw speed limit or is it just the keeping up with traffic? And we've argued that point. Cops will say it's sometimes not the raw speed. It can actually be the variance in speed, especially on the highway. He said, Mr. Norton said, there were over 7,300 violations on the first warning day. That was May 1. Okay, not a lot of people knew it back then. That figure dropped by the last day of May. That figure dropped by 80%. 80% when people started getting the warnings in the mail. Not even the actual tickets, started getting the warnings. And from May 1 to the last day of June, there was an 87.2% reduction in speeding. There you go. The company's early data indicates the drivers who spent the most changed the most. For example, he said 2.9% of the drivers caught by the cameras in May had 10 violations or more. And they made up about 22% of all the violations. So how about that? Breaking down the numbers. That's what my mother used to call, as our tribe likes to say, that's what Mom used to call tutastunad, not metzastunad. You got to be tutastunad. You have 3% of the people getting 10 violations. Do they not open their mail? Or they don't give an F? That group of chronic speeders who Norton said averaged 1,000 violations a day between them. So you have a small group of speeders buzzing through the wonderful streets of Fairfield, triggering these cameras like crazy. Now, they changed their behavior markedly when enforcement went live. Yes, when it started costing their money, cha-ching, they changed. Once tickets began being issued, Norton said the average number of daily violations by what they call chronic speeders fell to 147. How about that? So they were going 1,000 a day, some folks chronically speeding through these 6 locations, and then ding, 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 when apparently they were maybe, I don't know, paying attention, it went down to 147 a day. Each time a violation takes place, the company looks through it and sends it off to the DMV to make sure the plates and make sure the model of the car matches. Town officials are the only people who can authorize a citation to go out. So there's apparently another safeguard there that the way the law is written and the way this works, this company does the cross-checking with DMV and then says to Fairfield, hey, if you want to find these people, here's the latest batch. Police Chief Mike Parris said he was at first skeptical of the program, but the speed cameras are tools, he says, to help slow down the drivers. All right, where are the cameras in what are we doing, Fairfield here? Yes. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So where are the speed cameras in Fairfield? The Dwight Elementary School on Reading Road, the Notre Dame Prep on Jefferson Street, the Burr Elementary School on Burr Street, the Riverfield Elementary School in Mill Plain Road, Fairfield Ludlow High School and Roger Ludlow in the middle school in Unquow Road, and Fairfield Ward High School, the Knapp's Highway, and Melville Avenue. Now, in Milford, they have a couple of cameras on the Post Road. I'll tell you what those are momentarily. But again, Dwight Elementary, Notre Dame Prep, Burr Elementary, Riverfield Elementary, Fairfield Ludlow and the Ludlow Middle School, and Fairfield Ward, the high school there, Knapp's Highway, and Melville Avenue. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Why don't you just slow down?
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Christoph. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you're like me, love the fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Sign up for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from Big Wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 7 through 9 in the left lane. On 95 south out of New Haven, more road work, exits 47 through Kimberly Avenue. And stay to the right to get through. On the Merritt Parkway, southbound, more construction, exit 20 down to 17A and B. And on the Wilbur Cross, you have it southbound side through Hampton down to the tunnel, and northbound, exit 53 through 58. Stay left to get around it. Route 8 northbound road work starts at exit 12B. And southbound, you have it from exit 12A down to exit 7. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
Smoke this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny, warm, and less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
The only place in Fairfield County for live, local talk. This is the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. And Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And thank you. We just had a person wonder if there are any of these cameras in Norwalk. Apparently not yet, but they might be coming. The plan, I guess, in the great city of Norwalk is still being finalized, but when they go live, it'll target public school zones based on crash history and pedestrian volume. Now, according to an AI search I did here, if and when they go live in Norwalk, you may expect them around Norwalk High School, Calvin Murphy Drive, Brian McMahon High on Highland Avenue, the Silvermine Elementary School on Perry Avenue, the South Norwalk Elementary School on Concord Street, the Jefferson Marine Science Elementary School on Van Buren Avenue, and the Brookside Elementary School on Highland Avenue. And when they go live, there'll be a 30-day warning period, and then after that, you'll start to get nailed. There'll be clear signage, it says here in Norwalk. Highly visible warning signs must, according to the law, they must be posted well ahead of the camera enforcement zone. So there you go. So a lot of these people that are angry they just weren't paying attention. There is a specific process for this. Pay attention, please. Rich in Fairfield joins us. Rich, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm well, Paul. I think we're going to disagree on something here.
Yep.
I grew up and lived on that side of town, Stratfield section. Let's deal with the Fairfield Ward High School, Melville Avenue, Knapp's Highway.
Yep.
I've been driving for over 60 years. So just alone, I did some computations. I've probably been by that corner there up Melville, Knapp's, maybe 175,000 times in my life since I've been driving, okay?
All right.
The key is the last subject. Let's stay away from pseudo-constitutional, this and that. The statute reads that there have to be at least two signs that are conspicuous well before the area. Mm-hmm. Conspicuous is defined by the Merriam-Webster dictionary as something very easy to see or noticeable, something that stands out clearly from its surroundings, attracts attention. The first sign that you have there is nothing more than a rectangular white sign right below like a 25-mile-an-hour sign. It looks the same, small black lettering, small black camera. It doesn't stand out. It's not conspicuous. Same with the second sign, which has the hours at all these locations. But again, I'm going to deal with the Ward High School one, okay? You know it's not conspicuous when, since the warning period goes down, and you have to be an idiot not to finally absorb it, but you have muscle memory and you have brain memory after thousands of times.
Sure.
If it's conspicuous, then people would slow down. Here's what's happening. Fairfield is touting, most of the people now are from out of town. Specifically, I spoke to a woman who's a friend of my sister's who lives in Bridgeport, barely makes ends meet, comes home from a second job at 10 o'clock and went up Jefferson Street and got 4 of them in a row. That's $500 rounded off, okay? She can't afford it. If they're conspicuous, as they're supposed to be per the state law, and by the way, same signs in Stratford, same signs in Milford. Altoomit has a contract with all those towns, and they also own a sign company in Lanham, Maryland. I had a one-on-one. I walked into the first selectman's office on Monday.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. Have you complained?
And she said to me, she was very evasive. Very evasive. I said, so let me ask you a question. I said, I have an advanced degree in mathematics and statistics. It's highly improbable that you're going to get 100% compliance. But there's two things going on here. You're resisting a yellow flashing light, and we'll get to that in a second. I said, so what's in the contract? If there was 100% compliance and nobody, not one ticket got issued the rest of this year or all of next year, what's in the contractual language with Altoomit that the town will be obligated to pay out of their coffers? And there was evasion on that. And I haven't had a chance to get into that contract. But it's a 5-year contract, according to her, reviewable after a year. And she said to me, I don't care if it costs $200,000. Really? You don't care?
Well,
I do. And we're citizens paying tax. So the problem is they're not conspicuous. They don't comply with the state law. You would know they're conspicuous if most of the people now don't live in Fairfield.
Have you?
And they're the ones getting the tickets.
And Jay, I'm not trying to be a jerk when I ask this. I'm sorry, Jay's up next. Rich, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but I'll just leave you with this. Have you or a lawyer friend of have you downloaded the law? Because I frankly, all I know is there has. Okay,
I read the statute.
So what is
14-307 EBC? Absolutely.
Okay. What does it say? What does the state law say about the signage?
Conspicuous.
Okay.
Two signs, at least a fair distance away from where the cameras are.
Okay.
I read you a definition out of Merriam-Webster.
Yeah, no, I
dictionary.
heard that. I heard that.
And when I pushed the selectmen, why not just some flashing lights? I said, I understand that if you put them in a neighborhood and somebody's bedroom is getting a flashing light at night, you're going to get complaints. But with modern technology, you have nothing to lose except revenue stream, which they already projected into the budget. Okay? So if you have no revenue stream because people see a flashing yellow light, even out-of-towners, now you're complying with the law. I submit that these towns in Fairfield are not complying with the state statute.
Okay, and you also submit that this is not really for safety, it's just to make money.
Well, they clearly budgeted more than originally $3 million into the budget before the program even started as new income. Okay? How can you do that? Okay, and say it's not about revenue gathering.
Listen, Rich, I thank you for the call, and I gave you some time there. Listen, this is, I'm sure this law is going to get tweaked over the years, right? And I know Rich mentioned a 5-year contract, but I thought in the state law, the actual layout of the cameras for every city and town has to be reviewed every 3 years. But, Rich, I thank you. Now let's go to Jay. Jay in Trumbull. Jay, how are you, sir?
Hey, Paul, thanks for taking my call.
Yes,
that was a great call right there with that person. I just want to add one thing.
Yeah.
When you enter these areas where the schools are, if you don't know the schools are there, if you're unfamiliar with the area, I mean, let's face it, not everybody knows every town, right?
Sure.
The speed limit signs, the regular speed limit signs, don't come about until probably it's too late. That's my beef right there.
Okay.
I don't know what the speed limit is until it's possibly too late. That's unfair.
All right, Jay, I thank you for that. And if I were you, I would take it to your state Senate member or your state House member or your or the person or people in that city or town and say, hey, are you and again. I'm not saying you can't be against this, but you look at the numbers and it works. Every city or town that's done this so far in the state, they usually report after the first couple of months, people start to get it and they slow down to the point of, isn't that the purpose of all this? That's just me. Donna in Orange, hang on. We'll be right to you on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 7 through 9 in the left lane. On 95 south out of New Haven, more road work, exits 47 through Kimberly Avenue. And stay to the right to get through. On the Merritt Parkway, southbound, more construction, exit 20 down to 17A and B. And on the Wilbur Cross, you have it southbound side through Hampton down to the tunnel, and northbound, exit 53 through 58. Stay left to get around it. Route 8 northbound road work starts at exit 12B, and southbound, you have it from exit 12A down to exit 7. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight we'll bring more smoke in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny and warm, but less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, a few showers and thunderstorms in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Everyone has a community to lean on. A neighborhood, school, kids' teams, where you worship, work out, or any other place or group where you choose to belong. Communities can provide support when you need it, and even when you don't know you do. Like when it comes to preventing underage drinking and other substance use. You've talked with your kids and shared clear expectations, but you're not with them every minute. Your community members, friends and relatives, teachers and coaches, faith leaders, and other important adults in your kids' lives can be your eyes, ears, and a supportive influence when you're not around, reinforcing your messages with your kids and alerting you to warning signs of underage drinking or other substance use. So talk with your kids about these issues and involve the members of your community to help keep your kids safe. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information, visit talktheyhearyou.samhsa.gov.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And to finish up the hour, Donna in Orange. Donna, hi. You got about 2 minutes. What's up?
Hey, Paul. How you doing?
Good.
All I'll say on this is
for the love of God. I mean, I am not a fast driver.
Yeah.
But yes, I find it frustrating to drive like a turtle.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I mean, the speed limits are there for a reason. Let's drive the speed limit. You could go a little over.
Yeah, 10 miles an hour over. No, 9 miles an hour over, I think. 9 or 10. They give you about a 10-mile-an-hour cushion.
Oh, happy to know.
Yeah, you got a little bit of a cushion there, Donna. A little bit.
It is what it is. These things are in place.
Yeah.
And it's a done deal. So drive safely and stop complaining.
Donna, I thank you, and that's generally, listen. Thank you, Donna. That's my point of view here on this thing, unless and until changes are made. You know, this is like being a bank robber in some ways, and you're told for about 1.5 years or 2 years before you try and rob a bank, if you rob that bank and you try, you may get away with the money, but we can put you in jail if we want to, if we can prove the case, which is generally what happens. So then one day you drive by as a bank robber, and there's a bank with nobody in there, and the guard is sleeping, and the tellers all went home, and there's some open piles of cash in the teller drawer. What do you do? Well, you can still do what you want to do as a ne'er-do-well with a bank and all that. Or you can say, well, I probably shouldn't do this. And again, one of the criticisms is, well, they're just going to other streets to speed. And yeah, that was going to be an anticipated offshoot of this. That if some people just refuse to slow down, or they think the 1/4 mile or so around these schools is too long of a distance for them to stow it for a little bit, they'll go to another street or side street or 2 or 3 blocks over. So again, yes, that is an unintended consequence. I will not argue that with you. But what I will ask you is your thoughts on this is our question of the day. Why don't the people complaining about automated speed cameras just remember where they are, slow down, and observe the speed limit? Nobody is telling you that these cameras are hidden. That would be a problem. These cameras are not hidden.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The U.S. military continuing to carry out strikes against Iran and also enforcing the naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz for ships trying to reach or leave Iranian ports. ABC's Karen Travers says Iran also launching attacks throughout the region.
Jordan and Bahrain were facing incoming yesterday, and then today reports from Kuwait about Iranian strikes back at them. Yesterday, the United States hit military installations in the north, also fired on that oil tanker. The president has repeated that threat to go after civilian infrastructure in Iran.
Iranian authorities also released American Dina Karari. She's been detained in Iran since 2024. President Trump calling her release a goodwill gesture by Iran. As the war with Iran intensifies, President Trump will deliver a speech to Americans tonight. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says his remarks will focus on election integrity.
I think all Republicans and Democrats should recognize this should be a nonpartisan issue. If we don't have safe and secure elections in our country, we cannot have a country. It is a vital part of our democracy, of our constitutional republic. The president will be speaking about that tonight.
Outgoing Republican Senators Tom Tillis, John Cornyn, along with GOP Congressman Tom Massey, say looking back on the 2020 elections is not a productive message for Republicans in the midterms. Severe storms in Texas leading to mass evacuations and water rescues. The governor confirming 1 person has died. Those floods impacting communities in Hill Country devastated by last year's deadly flooding. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
During the flooding of July 4th, 2025, the town of Comfort was inundated when the Guadalupe River was driven out of its banks by heavy rain upstream. Now, after days of heavy storms, the Guadalupe River is raging again, and the National Weather Service is warning of what it calls a large and deadly flood wave roaring toward Kerrville and Comfort.
Extreme heat combined with drifting smoke from hundreds of Canada wildfires leading to bad air quality again for parts of the U.S. You're listening to ABC.
Are you having trouble
trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams, Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code radio20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code radio20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code radio20.
In Florida, a low-flying Blue Angels jet this week, whizzing by beachgoers in Pensacola. That's home to the Blue Angels flight squad. The jet just feet off the ground, sending sand, hats, tents, and chairs flying with both cheers and disbelief. Ashley Korn has been coming to the event for a long time.
I've been coming for 10 years, and I've never seen a pass like that in my life.
The Blue Angels says officials are reviewing the incident. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, though, appearing to brush off the low-flying Blue Angel jet as nothing out of the ordinary. He reposting several images and videos, including a photo of the flight with the phrase, quote, "Carry on, Patriots." The Trump administration announcing its first new formal tariffs. They're the first since the Supreme Court struck down much of the administration's previous tariff policies earlier this year.
Brazil is being hit with new 25% tariffs, with Trump administration officials accusing the country of engaging in unfair trade practices. The new 25% tariff is lower than the 40% tariff announced last year, which was struck down by the Supreme Court in February. They also include carve-outs for beef, coffee, and orange juice, as well as some energy products and aerospace parts. The new tariffs take effect July 22nd. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
President Zelensky triggering a serious political crisis in Ukraine after he fired his popular defense minister, credited by many with Ukraine's recent turnaround on the battlefield that's led to thousands turning out to protest. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Smoke continues to trickle into Connecticut from large wildfires in Canada and Minnesota. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is issuing an air quality alert for the entire state. Meteorologists with AccuWeather say the state will see the worst haze later today. DEEP says the air quality is at or exceeding levels that are unhealthy for people with sensitivity or pre-existing conditions. Children, teenagers, older adults, pregnant women, and people with asthma, CPD, and heart disease are the most at risk. Governor Ned Lamont is reminding you that the state's extreme hot weather protocol has been activated and will remain in effect until tonight. Under the protocol, the Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection's Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security uses its communications network to enable local, regional, and state emergency management officials and first responders to share information about conditions and other situations. And more than 100 Fairfield residents attended a public information session held Tuesday at Fairfield Ward High School's auditorium to voice their opposition to the town's speed enforcement cameras. First Select Person Christine Vitale argued in favor of the cameras, saying safety is the primary goal of these initiatives, particularly in school zones. Police Chief Michael Paris also said that while he opposed the cameras at the beginning, he believes they are a tool to slow down drivers, and he believes the cameras are working. Jason Norton, a representative from Altumint, the company that provides the speed cameras, provided preliminary data from the cameras. He said the data shows that between the warning period on May 1st to when tickets began to be issued on June 1st, there was an 87.2% drop in speeding. The speed camera is only activated if someone is driving 11 miles per hour or more above the speed limit. However, the overwhelming majority of the residents in attendance, including Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong, voiced their frustrations and opposition to the cameras. The session was scheduled to run for 2 hours, but it was close to 3. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport right now. The Parkway slow ride starts in Stamford. New Haven, 95 south, very busy through Long Wharf going into West Haven. The Wilbur Cross right now is at least slightly better. A traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Smoke this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny, warm, and less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And by the way, if anybody was at this Tuesday Fairfield meeting at one of the high schools there, Ward or Ludlow, I forgot where, give us a call or text me if you don't want to come on the radio and have your voice. I don't want to be recognized. You can do that, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Earlier this week on a Tuesday night, according to this story in Hearst, about 100 folks gathered at Ward High School in Fairfield to voice their concerns about the town's new and highly criticized speed cameras. Among the worries of the device's vocal opponents, the cameras were akin to surveillance. Well, they are surveillance. It's what it's for. You're on a public road. You're not inside your home. So, yes, you are being surveilled in a vehicle that, you know, is should be lawfully registered with the Connecticut Department of Motor Vehicles. You, by law, have to be carrying insurance on the vehicle. Your taxes have to be paid. So, yeah, you're surveilled. You have no reasonable expectation of privacy when you're out. And let me ask you this, honestly, seriously. Is it not more fair? Because everybody always thought, well, this isn't fair, and that's not fair. All right. Let's take this down the road here a little bit. Isn't a system with cameras or sensors or something like that, isn't that system, which by its very nature does not pick and choose, because I think these cameras and these sensors can basically catch every car in its field. That's how quickly they work. Isn't that more equitable? Isn't that more fair than just one police officer, as good as that officer may be, singling out, all right, I'm going to pull her over. No, I'm going to pull him over. Yeah, they were both speeding, but this guy was doing 20 above the limit. That person was only doing 15 above the limit. You know what I mean? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And yet, you have almost without fail police officials in all these cities and towns where these systems are in, and they all say within a month or two, everybody slows down in those areas that we mounted the camera. So it sounds like it's working. You know how we would guarantee no complaints? If everybody slowed the F down. See, again, you would have me more on your side if these things were hidden. Officials in Trumbull say they've erected 10 speed cameras, and they're not saying where they are. No, see, that's where you would lose me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Tim in Greenwich leads us off on this second hour of a Thursday show. Tim, hi, how are you, man? What's up?
Hey, Paul, long time, first time. How you doing?
Thank you, sir. Love those first-timers. You win a special prize, my love and humility. There you go. There you go. All right.
Paisan.
There you go. Oofa. What do you got, Tim?
Yeah, so listen, people do need to slow down.
Yep.
And it's a slippery slope, though. They're going to start with the school zones, and then it's going to be, more prominent areas like in Milford.
Maybe.
It's a slippery slope.
Well, let's, Tim. Let you go, yeah, and Tim, the reason, and you're right, Tim, and thank you for bringing that up. But then, you know what, Tim? People have to get off their asses and then go to town hall or go to city hall, right, and find out when the public hearings are on this and voice their opinion, right?
Well, that was good. Yes, absolutely. And that was going to be my next thing. You start hearing about all these flock cameras getting cut down and people are fighting back that way. And, that's what I think we're going to start seeing. But, yeah, what do you think about that? I'm curious to hear.
The flock cameras, Tim, look. I understand there's controversy about it, and I get it, and I understand it. And there are officers who've been fired across the country for improper use of data. You can't have that. That's a non-starter, and they are being fired. But, Tim, I got to tell you, every police person I've talked to on this, and including our buddy Greg Howard from Stonington, a Republican lawmaker, active duty cop, he illustrated for me last week that his department has solved crimes, and they've gotten bad people off the streets using flock cameras. So, Tim, I am for them. However, I think there's got to be layers of security around the information. I think that only certain ranking members of a department should have that information. And I guess you can set up on these systems, Tim, when all the images are erased. So, Tim,
Okay. All right.
yeah, I mean, you know who should be responsible? The chiefs of police. It's got to land on their desk, right?
Yeah, okay, there's checks and balances.
Yep.
I just think it's a slippery slope, and we got to be careful. I'm with you 100%, but we got to be careful.
You're right, Tim, and thank you so much for the call, my friend. Appreciate it. Another Paisan there, Tim in Greenwich. Yeah, it could be slippery. Like there are some idiot cops. I forget what they were, but some cops have gotten fired because, they're checking up on their old girlfriend. Oh, stop that. Hey, pal, they former girlfriend for a reason, right? Hence the word former. Move on. A lot of fish in the ocean. But yeah, with very, 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 very strict limits, I'm in favor of these flock cameras. Only because you hear from police departments how they have helped get bad people off the street. They're a force multiplier. And I know a lot of people say, well, real cops should do this. Okay, so I have an idea. How about your town hire 50 or 60 more cops? Yeah, I like that. All right, and your taxes are going to go up. You still okay with that? Is that right? You still all right with that? Because you're going to bitch and moan about the flock cameras, and then you're going to bitch and moan about how it costs your city or town, how much it costs to hire 50 or 60 more cops. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
I'm Keith Trantolo from the law firm of Trantolo and Trantolo. When you're injured in an accident, one of the first questions is, how much is my case worth? Here's the truth. Our firm's been fighting for clients for over 85 years, and anyone who gives you a quick answer doesn't know what they're doing. Understanding your situation is key. Your injuries, medical bills, time missed from work, and more. Our team has the experience to get you the best results, and we don't get paid until you do. Don't fight solo. Trantolo and Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com.
Fish On, the Surfside Hotel greatest bluefish tournament on earth, driven by Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford, August 29th and 30th. Fish Long Island Sound, land the heaviest blue, and win $25,000. Fish to win or fish for fun. To register, go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to the Water Doctor and Bridgeport Harbor Marina, the Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling, and you must go. TheSurfside.com.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com. Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Hi, I'm Lori Molnar, Director of Development at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Did you know thousands of men, women, and children in Connecticut lack access to health care? Through Sage Healthcare at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission, we're providing free, compassionate care without barriers, and it's only possible because of your support. Please join us on July 30th at Penfield Pavilion in Fairfield for our Rescuing Lives 2026 event. Enjoy great food, dancing, and live music by North County Band. Visit bridgeportrescuemission.org. Come have fun for an amazing cause.
The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest by Connecticut Basement Systems is Sunday, August 2nd. Tickets on sale at ctpizzaandbrewfest.com. Don't miss the J.P. McHale Pest Management Beer Garden.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport right now. The Parkway slow ride starts in Stamford. New Haven, 95 south, very busy through Long Wharf going into West Haven. The Wilbur Cross right now is at least slightly better. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight we'll bring more smoke in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny and warm, but less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, a few showers and thunderstorms in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Proud to be the voice of Connecticut for the last 100 years. WICC 695.9.
All righty, 203-333-904-22-333 WICC. Yes, one of our previous callers was right. People are starting to cut down these flock cameras, these license plate cameras. Because, you know why? And they come out with their phony Google University law degree. Well, it's unconstitutional. Now. If one of our area legal experts, like from Yale or Quinnipiac or Fairfield or Sacred Heart or UConn Law, if they want to come on here and argue with me, not argue, but discuss the Fourth Amendment implications of a flock camera, then I'm all for it. But some guy stuffing a Swanson TV dinner in his fat pie hole in mom's basement, no. I mean, some guy over the weekend when I was told to kill myself, I told you that one, I'm over it now, but it was pretty funny. You don't understand the Constitution. And I said, all right, I'd love to discuss that with you. I may not be a lawyer, but I've been interviewing lawyers and legal experts for about 40 years on this. Before we start, where's your law degree from in constitutional law, Crickets? I mean, people are so GD lazy. They're lazy. Well, what are you basing it? Now, there was, as I pointed out, there was a recent Supreme Court case that found in favor of the plaintiffs who said police could not use the Google location service tracking data. They used that in the case, and that was deemed a violation of the Fourth Amendment. So We may get a case coming up, you don't know, on these flock cameras, but let's at least wait till we get the case. Because the Google tracking data case is a lot more personal, the people would say who are involved in this, than the license plate reader case. And if every one of them in the country has to come down, then they come down. I think that would be dumb, but that's just me. Got some information here on some of the crimes that have been solved using license plate reader networks. But again, we'll get to that in a minute. But again, if somebody is found abusing the data, they should be arrested, prosecuted, fired, fined, and put in jail. Simple. Ben in Stratford. Ben, you're on WICC. How are you?
Hey, good. Thank you for the show.
Thank you, sir.
Great information.
Thank you, sir.
I tell you, I am a car hobbyist.
Yeah.
Okay, I have 400 horsepower cars, and I'm in favor of the cameras.
Okay, why is that?
Well, I'm going down Broadbridge Raceway last night, and I got an idiot on my butt. Okay, I'm choosing Nichols Avenue because I could drive my hobby slow.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm getting run off the road, passed on the right. I'm going down exit 12, which I would call death's doorstep. And this guy in a Honda's passing me on the right lane, and he's rat racing with a BMW. I mean, we're all at risk. I mean, put it. And I drive two 600 horsepower cars.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't drive with a ticket, thank God.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm doing what? Slow down. Where do you got to go?
I know, Ben.
I mean, where are you going?
I know, Ben.
I mean, so the speed cameras, you know, I got a lot of people driving around with their plate covered.
No, that's another one. Yeah, it's another one.
Brake plates are covered.
Yep.
No, there's no enforcement.
Yep.
I mean, they're using their car for whatever.
Yeah.
And you know what we could do? We could pray for order. That's all we could do.
That's all we could do. And, Ben, I thank you for that entertaining phone call. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. I mean, listen, I personal experience. I'm telling you, at least a dozen times in the past 3 or 4 years, had I not waited to clear the intersection of traffic coming from my left and right, I wouldn't be here today. Or I may be doing the show from a wheelchair. Seriously. At least a dozen times over 3 or 4 years, going back a few years here. I'm sitting there, oh, good, I have the green light. Wait a minute, don't go away. Somebody beats the light. That would have been me. Left side, it would have been driver's side. Right side, it would have been passenger side. A lot of paperwork when that happens. So, yeah, I'm all for putting these cameras, too. I'm all for mounting them on every freaking street light in the state. Now, I know the street light the traffic light, not street lights. But, and I know that the traffic light cameras, the stoplight cameras, can be a little more involved because, do I floor it and try to get under the light before it changes, or do I jam my brakes? All right, well, do I slam the brakes? I get that. All right, coming back, we will tell you what the folks at Police Chief Magazine say about the efficacy of those speed cameras and license plate readers. Got that for you coming up.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport right now. The Parkway slow ride starts in Stamford. New Haven, 95 south, very busy through Long Wharf going into West Haven. The Wilbur Cross right now is at least slightly better. A traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Smoke this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny, warm, and less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company.
Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
Hi, I'm Lori Molnar, Director of Development at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Did you know thousands of men, women, and children in Connecticut lack access to health care? Through Sage Healthcare at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission, we're providing free, compassionate care without barriers, and it's only possible because of your support. Please join us on July 30th at Penfield Pavilion in Fairfield for our Rescuing Lives 2026 event. Enjoy great food, dancing, and live music by North County Band. Visit bridgeportrescuemission.org. Come have fun for an amazing cause.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
How much crazier can it get? Don't worry, Paul's here to get you through it. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut.
All right, coming back after the news from ABC and Chris Williams here at the bottom of the hour. A couple of case studies here, not of the speed cameras, not of the red light cameras, but of these license plate readers. 2 areas of the country that saw significant reductions in crime, one in California, one in Georgia, and significant increases in criminal apprehensions because of these license plate cameras. And it's mind-boggling because I was asking people over the weekend, civilized people were actually debating this online. I'm saying, so you would rather not solve these crimes because you're paranoid of these cameras? And I had about 90% of the people say, yeah, they're paranoid. Why are people so paranoid? Your life is you're not some international man or woman of mystery, all right? You're not Austin Powers. How about no? You're not. No, he isn't. Thank you. You're not Austin Powers. You're not an international man or woman of mystery. The camera doesn't care about you. They're looking for thieves. They're looking for thugs. They're looking for carjackers. They're looking also for missing children, missing elderly people. There was one the other day, an APLR helped find an elderly dementia patient who drove away.
This is WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Iran ramping up its strikes across the Gulf region. Kuwait's Ministry of Defense says armed forces detected and intercepted 32 hostile drones within its airspace just today. The U.S. targeting Iran's defense systems and Iranian-bound ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Here's ABC's James Longman.
A U.S. aircraft attacked a tanker trying to make port at Karg Island. That is the Iranian oil terminal in the Persian Gulf. CENTCOM says that it gave this tanker multiple warnings and it did not heed them. This is in breach of the blockade that the U.S. currently has on Iranian ports.
The longtime teleprompter operator for President Trump facing allegations he profited off the speeches by placing bets on the prediction market, Kalshi. The White House says the operator is on unpaid administrative leave while pending the investigation. In Texas Hill Country, Governor Greg Abbott says catastrophic flooding being blamed for at least one death. He says dozens of others have been rescued and search and rescue operations are ongoing amid evacuations. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Smoke continues to trickle into Connecticut from large wildfires in Canada and Minnesota. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is issuing an air quality alert for the entire state. Meteorologists with AccuWeather say the state will see the worst haze later today. Deep says the air quality is at or exceeding levels that are unhealthy for people with sensitivity or pre-existing conditions. Children, teenagers, older adults, pregnant women, and people with asthma, CPD, and heart disease are the most at risk. Governor Ned Lamont is reminding you that the state's extreme hot weather protocol has been activated and will remain in effect until tonight. Under the protocol, the Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection's Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security uses its communications network to enable local, regional, and state emergency management officials and first responders to share information about conditions and other situations. Tributes continue to pour in from first responders across the state in honor of Bridgeport police officer Cooper Whiteside, who died on Monday in a motorcycle crash in Danbury. The 38-year-old Whiteside was a police officer in Bridgeport for 4 years and also served as a volunteer firefighter in both West Reading and Brookfield. On Wednesday afternoon, Whiteside's body was transported from the chief medical examiner's office in Farmington to a funeral home in Danbury. Firefighters and police officers in full dress uniform lined the entrance and saluted as their fallen colleague passed by. 34-year-old Brittany Islami of New Milford was also killed in the crash. Several state officials are vowing to fight against a proposed 11% rate hike by Eversource. The utility provider filed for a rate hike application on Tuesday, citing increased costs and infrastructure upgrades as reasons for needing higher rates. The approval process will take about a year, and the 5 members of the Connecticut Public Utilities Regulatory Authority will serve as the judges. Attorney General William Tong and Consumer Counsel Claire Coleman will both be arguing against the hike, with Attorney General William Tong promising decisive action quickly.
The Office of the Attorney General is going to unload. We are going to do everything we can to stop this and push back on a company, by the way, whose stock price is up over 14% year over year, and who's been giving more and more dividends, increasing dividends back to their shareholders.
Consumer Counsel Claire Coleman said they are prepared to fight the utility on this.
We're going to do everything we can to limit that increase. Certainly, certain investments do need to be made, but what we're on guard for is something called gold plating, which is unnecessary building.
The Department of Education is investigating the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System. A letter from the DOE to the school superintendent says the investigation is focusing on the district's handling of rape or sexual assault cases involving students and teachers. The school system issued a response saying the safety and well-being of its students is its highest priority, and it is fully complying with the review. The letter says the DOE's Office for Civil Rights will follow up with the district regarding the next steps in the investigation. Connecticut is receiving a $388,000 payout from the pharmaceutical company Glenmark. The Connecticut Attorney General's office announced the settlement on Wednesday morning. Connecticut led a group of 48 states and territories in saying Glenmark inflated prices, reduced competition, and unreasonably restrained trade of generic prescription drugs. The company also must initiate several reforms to make sure they are in compliance with antitrust laws. And more cases of cyclosporiasis are confirmed in Connecticut. The Connecticut Department of Health announced Wednesday that 40 cases have been reported in the state. Health officials are urging residents to thoroughly wash fresh produce. Caitlin Kimball, co-owner of Sunset Farm in Milford, says they have seen a boost in the last week of people wanting to find more locally grown food.
I've gotten more than a dozen calls over the last couple of days with people asking us how we wash our produce, what our protocols are, is it safe to eat our lettuce? And I've just been really positive and assuring, saying that, we harvest our food, we wash it in water, and it's at our farm stand.
Symptoms of the virus include diarrhea, nausea, and fatigue, and healthcare experts say the virus can be treated with antibiotics. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, an hour and a half. Greenwich through Fairfield, a couple of breaks along the way through. They're few and far between. Parkway northbound is slow starting in Stamford, but it is a better ride. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, Wilbur Cross. Volume delays both directions through Hampton and Woodbridge going into the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Tonight we'll bring more smoke in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny and warm, but less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, a few showers and thunderstorms in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, kids. Grandma, Grandpa, the ship's at sea. How's everybody doing here in hour number 2? And we, along with you, we're at 203-333 at 9422. 333 WICC. Open up the program asking this question on the Facebook question of the day, facebook.com/voice of CT. And I wondered out loud here, and I wrote it this way, and a lot of people think I'm being a little snide here. Why don't people complaining about automated speed cameras just remember where they are, slow down, and observe the speed limit? That's all you have to do. And if you want to lead-foot it out of there when you're past the school zone or past the camera zone, then do it. I'm not going to sit here and stop you. But the thing that makes me laugh about all this, whether it's Milford or Fairfield or any of these, I'm sure we'll hear it in Bridgeport when Bridgeport finally, they're thinking of putting up the cameras. Norwalk's going to unveil the location soon. Everybody's going to bitch and moan, oh, George Orwell, 1984, Fourth Amendment violation. I have an idea. You can eliminate all this if you just slow down. That's all you got to do. It's all you got to do, my friend. I'm telling you, it ain't hard. It ain't hard. But, man, you know what? And listen, I'd rather – there's nothing wrong with having the debate. There really isn't. There really isn't. But to a lot of people – who want to get rid of the license plate readers. No, sir. And I know there are morons cutting these things down. Listen, if you cut down a license plate reader, you're siding with the criminals. I'm sorry, you are. Now, if you want to cut them down when we get a significant and final Supreme Court decision as to whether or not it's a Fourth Amendment violation, then do it then. Police Chief Magazine in Chula Vista, California, a strategically focused rollout of fixed license plate readers in auto theft hotspots led to a significant drop in vehicle threats. In just the first 9 months of the license plate reader program, the agency recovered 105 stolen vehicles and arrested 78 thieves. The department also crediting the APLR cameras in assisting in 253 different investigations. You hear that? And Dave, stand by. We'll go to you momentarily here at 203-333-9422. The system not only helped apprehend offenders, but also served as a powerful deterrent. So basically, they told the car thieves in Chula Vista, don't do it. We've got all these license plate readers, and look what happened. Gee, what a shock. They found car thieves. And again, I'm not saying this is a perfect system. Nothing is. Can it be abused? Sure. A lot of systems are abused. But still. In DeKalb County, Georgia, they experienced a similar success. Investigators there reported that fixed license plate readers played a big role in solving violent crimes, including multiple armed robberies. By tracing the routes of suspected vehicles across a network, detectives narrowed down the timeline and the movement patterns, cross-referenced suspect descriptions, and ID'd vehicles of interest. These leads were essential in cases where eyewitness information was limited or unreliable. There you go. This isn't tough. But again, I try to push this to people online, And I forget that, they chewed on paint chips when they were younger. They thought the paint chips were the Fritos, And listen, I understand some of this information can be abused. I'm not saying that. Well, that means you lock down the information more. You lock it down to make sure that you have confidence that only the right people are seeing it. But please, spare me from this. Oh, my God, I'm sure this is a Fourth Amendment violation. No, you're not sure. You're not. You don't sit on the federal courts. You don't sit on the Supreme Court. You don't. You're not having cupcakes and coffee in the morning with Amy Coney Barrett, last I checked. We'll get to the phones momentarily. Dave, hang on, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Looking for furniture without the big box headaches? Shop local at Spectre Furniture in Ansonia, where you've been treated like family, not just another customer, for 136 years. Personalized service and quality furniture built to last. No pressure, no gimmicks, just hometown service you can trust. Discover the Spectre difference today on Main Street in Ansonia. Spectre Furniture, where quality, comfort, and family come together. Dependable for 136 years. Main Street, Ansonia.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code BIG5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code BIG5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code BIG5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an hour and a half. Greenwich through Fairfield, a couple of breaks along the way through. They're few and far between. Parkway northbound is slow starting in Stamford, but it is a better ride. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, Wilbur Cross. Volume delays both directions through Hampton and Woodbridge going into the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Smoke this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny, warm, and less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's got a lot to say, and he's gonna say it. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Here it is, sinister music. Yowsa, 203-333-9422. And again, a lot of you folks who don't want this camera and that camera, and listen, if you don't want these cameras or these license plate readers, I respect that, but at least argue something logically. Well, it's interfering in my privacy. Well, do you have a Yahoo Mail account? Do you have Gmail? Now, maybe some of you don't. I get it. I understand it. You're being consistent. You have Yahoo? You got Hotmail? You got Gmail? You do know those mail services are free because they scan your emails. So a lot of these same clowns, and not everybody who believes this is a clown, but a lot of these same, well, it's 1984, here come the Chi-Coms again. Yeah, and you're passing notes on an email system that scans the stuff you buy, the stuff you say about your girlfriend or boyfriend. So all this stuff about, well, I value my privacy. No, you don't. You don't. You like to say you do with you. And now, shut yourself off from the world. Total privacy is gone. It's dead. It's rotting in the ground. Get used to it. Dave in Brantford's here. Dave, good afternoon, sir, and how are you today?
Well, thanks for letting me on, Paul.
Yes, sir.
I want to start by saying I am a law and order conservative, but somehow I don't agree with the tack you're on lately, that if you're not breaking the law, stop worrying about this stuff, because inherent in that argument is that the law itself is not an ass. And I'm thinking, I just went to Home Depot this afternoon, and on the way home, listening to you, I noticed when I get off the highway at the frontage road in East Haven, the speed limit is 35. And everyone's doing 50 as they cruise down from the 70 as they're coming off the highway. Now, if they wanted to put the speed camera, they'd nail everyone. And they would be right. They are violating the posted limit, but the posted limit is ridiculous. You know, cooked up by the local commissioners.
Well, exactly.
And who want to cover their butt, and it's stupid. You can't fight that.
And that's why, Dave, and I'll let you finish, but hold on. It's a good point, and that's why the final location of these cameras can only be approved by the state DOT, because though they wrote the bill that way because they specifically don't want speed traps setting up just to crank out money.
Okay, and the other point is, as a strong supporter of police, generally anything that the police officer can see using his senses, his sight, the things that he hears, things that he smells, those can establish probable cause. You know, I see a gun on your seat. Get out of the car. I see a gun on your seat.
All right.
However, that doesn't mean that high tech, every time you get stopped for a speeding ticket, does that mean a police drug sniffing dog?
No, of course not.
Is allowed to sniff up the car?
No.
Does that mean they can use a backscatter X-ray device to look in your trunk and you don't even know it? Because if the police officer could ordinarily see something, he's allowed to use that as evidence. But does that mean he can use a high-tech, again, the drug sniffing dog besides? You can get a chemical detection sniffer, a lab-grade molecule detector, and if you just drive through Manhattan, you'll ring the bell all the time for marijuana. And so if a cop wanted to, they could establish probable cause to get you, well, in Connecticut, not anymore, because we decided pot is an unenforceable violation. But, I go back to traditional.
Okay.
The law is not stupid if it doesn't take so many cops to enforce it that it is enforceable. If you need electronic assistance to make the law stick, that means the politicians pass an idiotic law. It does not have the consent of the governed if you need electronic enhancement to conduct the ordinary law and order in society.
What about, though, Dave, and I ask this respectfully, what about, and I was reading something here on the break here about how these cameras have been able, these license plate readers, to, fire an alert to people, say, hey, this suspected car was just seen here, here, and here, and they're talking about, without even having to have an officer, Dave, question this person, maybe in a dangerous situation. They use sometimes, and sometimes it's successful, and sometimes it isn't. They use these readings to build a case and say, hey, we got to watch this car because, 4 places have been knocked off in the past week, and this car was in the vicinity every time. Is that not valuable? And is that not, Dave, a good use of time when you don't have to have 5 cops working on that case?
Of course it is.
Yeah.
You've manufactured the predicate that you want me to agree to. Yeah. I have got a camera at a stoplight 3 houses down from my house.
Yeah.
And it aims at the right angle traffic coming at the traffic light.
Yeah.
And so it is always aimed at my house. And so if I wanted to pee off the porch, it would catch me doing it.
Don't do that.
Every time I back out of the driveway, the image is captured. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I think it's reasonable. It's not because I'm breaking the law. I don't like the never blinking eye of a surveillance camera looking at my porch all the time. I think it's disgusting. It's un-American.
Now, do we know, and do we know, Dave, and this is a serious question, Do we know the field of view of that camera? Is your Casa, do you think, actually in the field, or is it a low angle just to get the license plates? I don't know.
No. It's not a license plate reader as such. It's up there where the light is. You can see it.
Yeah,
it's on the crosswire.
Yeah.
So it's 15 feet up. It's aiming down at the car.
Yeah, you know what that is?
Up the road.
Yeah. That, I think, Dave, is a traffic control camera. I believe. I could be wrong.
Paul, we have heard that those cameras on 95 were just to monitor the traffic conditions, to see when there's congestion.
Yeah.
And you know that only a few years later, they can read the license plate of an escaping vehicle that's in the right-hand gutter weaving in and out, and they pull the license plate. They lied to us when they said it was just to look at traffic conditions, when they knew all along they had tech way higher than that.
Yeah.
It's not the grainy image that you see on the TV news to show you that there's congestion at Long Wharf at 6 o'clock. Oh, my.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it, my friend. Thanks. There you go. Well, listen, we're just going to agree to disagree on this. Look, if there are upcoming court cases in the near future where maybe as high as the 9 fine justices on the U.S. Supreme Court say, hey, these license plate readers, these flock cameras, sorry, that goes right in the teeth of the wonderful Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. We ain't doing that. We're not going to do that. So maybe they'll have to come down. Maybe they do. But all I'm asking you folks to do is stop and think a little bit. And I'm not saying you don't think. And maybe I should stay off of social media on the weekends. Maybe maybe I should do that. But man, oh man, you read some of these folks on social media, and I look at their profile page, and they've got good jobs, nice home, appearing to have a good family. Went to a major, well, don't you understand, pal? Some of these crimes that are solved with these license plate readers. I don't believe that. Those are all lies. So here you have a police chief saying that a certain crime was solved with a license plate reader, which I guess you could check the police blotter about if it's public information. You think, oh, they're lying. Well, why are they lying? Now, one of the new angles of attack on these license plate readers, I checked, and now this is something that I would, in fact, worry about to a bit. And we'll tell you what that is coming up right here, straight ahead. A lot more to come on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an hour and a half. Greenwich through Fairfield, a couple of breaks along the way through, but they're few and far between. Parkway northbound is slow starting in Stamford, but it is a better ride. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, Wilbur Cross. Volume delays both directions through Hampton and Woodbridge going into the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Track.
Tonight we'll bring more smoke in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny and warm, but less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, a few showers and thunderstorms in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, and for our buddy Dave in Brantford and anybody else listening, just got a message in from one of our favorite texters. The cameras I was referring to, the one Dave said that are way up high on the poles near the intersection, our texter writes, yes, that is a traffic camera. If it doesn't see you go through the light in the box, the imaginary box will not change on the next cycle that happens. So again, yeah, that's so the cameras you see not on poles buried in the concrete in the street, but you can see in a lot of areas now. In fact, there's a few in Wallingford where I am, and people thought in the middle of town, oh, is that a flock camera? And people are online saying, no, that's a traffic control camera. And as this fine person pointed out, it tells the light, don't change until all the chooches are out of the box. Till all the chooches and the gabones are out of the box there. And then once you know once its sensors can tell that the intersection is in fact clear, then you can change red to green or green to red. How about this story as we go to news at the top of the hour? You know, the president's going to give an address tonight to the nation. People say it's about election accusations and all that. Having said that, Kalshi, you know what Kalshi is? It's one of these prediction market things. Poly market, Kalshi. You don't just bet on sports, you can bet on politics. And there's no bookmaker. There's no tout. There's no odds guy or gal. You're basically betting against everybody else. It's like a big poker game, a big card game. Kalshi says it's working with the feds over a bet of nearly $100,000 as to what Donald Trump may say tonight. Now, you may say, well, wait a minute. Isn't that like what Kalshi and Poly Market, specialize in? Well, it is, but there's a twist here. I love this. The prediction market platform Kalshi said today it flagged suspicious trades on President Trump's speeches to federal regulators. I'm sorry, this is not for the speech tonight. It was speeches to regulators previously that were connected to the president's longtime teleprompter activator and operator. Gabriel Perez, first hired by Mr. Trump in 2016, is in settlement talks over allegations that he used inside knowledge about the president's remarks to place wagers on Kalshi. How did he think he was going to get away with that? So he knew what was in the speech. He loaded it onto the teleprompter and maybe read it and say, oh, this is kind of interesting. Maybe I'm going to go ahead and place a little wager, huh?
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Hostilities between the U.S. and Iran continuing to escalate. ABC's James Longman says the Strait of Hormuz remains at the center.
A U.S. aircraft attacked a tanker trying to make port at Karg Island. That is the Iranian oil terminal in the Persian Gulf. CENTCOM says that it gave this tanker multiple warnings and it did not heed them. This is in breach of the blockade that the U.S. currently has on Iranian ports.
Tonight, President Trump will deliver a speech to Americans. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt giving a preview.
I think the American people will be relieved to hear what they are hearing from the President of the United States and his commitment to transparency and the focus on the integrity of our elections tonight.
Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News the president will detail information received from the DNI office related to the 2020 election. Some outgoing Republicans critical of the president say looking back at the 2020 elections does not help with the party's message. Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries calling for the president to be checked out, he says, saying, why does he continue continue to focus on conspiracy theory related to the 2020 presidential election that every rational person in the U.S. knows he's lost. In Texas Hill Country, catastrophic flooding being blamed for at least one death. Governor Greg Abbott says the person died between Kerrville and Comfort. He says no camps along the flooded Guadalupe River have sustained damage. The governor also says 70 people have been rescued so far. ABC's Faith Abube is in Kerrville.
The river is quietly in the middle, usually. I'm being told that usually there are about maybe 2,000 cubic feet of water moving through the river per second. Today, at the height of it, it was about 215,000 cubic feet of water per second moving. We've been getting emergency alerts nonstop. Every few minutes, they would come in.
Retail sales soaring last month, in part to Americans buying more vehicles and Amazon Prime Day purchases. You're listening to ABC News.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
A Blue Angels low flyby for beachgoers near their Florida home base this week set off a review, but it appears the incident is getting a pass from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
When President Donald Trump approached the podium to deliver his State of the Union address in February, one of the few people who knew what he was about.
Officials with the U.S. Navy's Blue Angels say that they're conducting a review of a low-altitude pass that rocked beachgoers in Pensacola Beach. On social media, though, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth writing that the flyovers will continue until morale improves, while the White House shared photos of the incident with the caption, "It's okay to love America." In Florida, 2 deputies were shot and injured in Ruskin, just south of Tampa. Police say one of the sheriff's deputies was struck in the face, the other in the neck after a suspect began firing. Deputies arriving on scene after a report that the suspect had taken his ex-girlfriend hostage overnight. Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister.
Our 2 deputy sheriffs were medevaced to Tampa General Hospital, where they're currently undergoing some of the best medical care they can receive in this county, if not in this state.
The suspect shot by a 3rd deputy, and police say he died. The suspect did while being transported to the hospital. The 3rd deputy was not injured. Scientists say a massive great white shark recently spotted and tagged off North Carolina appears to be headed north to Cape Cod. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as big wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is reminding you that the state's extreme hot weather protocol has been activated and will remain in effect until tonight. Under the protocol, the Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection's Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security uses its communications network to enable local, regional, and state emergency management officials and first responders to share information about conditions and other situations. Smoke is trickling into Connecticut from large wildfires in Canada and Minnesota. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is issuing an air quality alert for the entire state. Meteorologists with AccuWeather say the state will see the worst haze later today. Deep says the air quality is at or exceeding levels that are unhealthy for people with sensitivity or pre-existing conditions. Children, teenagers, older adults, pregnant women, and people with asthma, CPD, and heart disease are the most at risk. And more cases of cyclosporiasis are confirmed in Connecticut. The Connecticut Department of Health announced Wednesday that 40 cases have been reported in the state. Health officials are urging residents to thoroughly wash fresh produce. Caitlin Kimball, co-owner of Sunset Farm in Milford, told WTNH-TV News 8 they have seen a boost in the last week of people wanting to find more locally grown food.
I've gotten more than a dozen calls over the last couple of days with people asking us how we wash our produce, what our protocols are, is it safe to eat our lettuce? And I've just been really positive and assuring, saying that, we harvest our food, we wash it in water, and it's at our farm stand.
Symptoms of the virus include diarrhea, nausea, and fatigue, and healthcare experts say the virus can be treated with antibiotics. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, been going right most of the afternoon. Parkway really isn't much help. In New Haven, 95 northbound side, very busy through Milford and West Haven. On the southbound side of 95, we have an accident reported near exit 55. And on Wilbur Cross going southbound, plenty of company going down to the tunnel. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Smoke this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny, warm, and less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, a lot of voices upset around these parts. We've been telling you for the past few months. Some of these cities and towns are shutting off their license plate readers, their automatic plate readers, their ALPRs. I think Windsor or South Windsor did, and other cities and towns, about 40 cities or towns around the state that have these plate readers on to scan license plates, and the ACLU, the CCLU wants them all turned off, and so we have that on and I say leave them on till the courts say you got to turn them off. I'm sorry, just they work. Now again, have there been violations by some officers alleged and proven? Yes and yes. Not necessarily here in Connecticut. But you want to get on the good side of the criminals and the carjackers and the car thieves, turn the plate readers off. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then you're the same people who sit there and bitch and moan about there's not enough police. What do you want? Be for something. Well, I'm against taxes to pay for the cops. Well, okay, but I'm against the plate readers too. So you tell me, what exactly do you want? And then I guess earlier this week, we've been talking about it today, her story, and Chris picked up on that as well. Big meeting in Fairfield, about 100 people at one of the high schools there, Ward or Ludlow. They don't like the speed cameras. Even though they're working, even though the cops say they're working and people are slowing down. Why? Why don't you like it? Explain to me why don't you like it? And again, I know you're going to say, well, it's an unreasonable search and seizure. Maybe it is. You or I are not going to decide that. The U.S. Supreme Court might, eventually. The 9 justices on the court, whomever they may be at that time. But all these, these Fairfield County towns, Greenwich, going nuts. Fred Camillo had to calm the natives there. Now we have it in Fairfield. Everybody going, just slow down. Slow down. That's all you have to do. The pedal, the one that slows your car down, that's like a revenue protector, as in they won't be taking revenue from your pocket if you just slow down. That's all. And we'll eventually find out if they're legal or not. That's all. Slow down. You afraid of the plate readers? Don't be a crook. Don't jack a car. Don't knock off a convenience store. Well, aren't you worried about them tracking you, Paul? No, I'm really not. I got more worries, like how I'm going to pay my electric bill this month. And how long is my AC unit, my living room, gonna go before that craps out? And that's an $800 repair. But I digress. I'm sorry. It's just the cynical me. Kevin in Fairfield kicks us off this hour. Kevin, how are you? What's up?
How you doing?
Hey.
I just wanted to comment. One thing quick on this virus thing, this whatever they call that thing. I can't remember the name
The
of it.
cyclo, I don't know. Yeah, it gives you explosive diarrhea is what they say.
But the problem is, they said on it, it's a virus, and they said it can be treated with antibiotics. You can't treat a virus with antibiotics.
So I guess you would have an antiviral, which is what
Exactly.
Yeah. So maybe that's just bad news writing. I don't know. I got to check on that, Kevin.
Yeah.
I got to check on that.
Okay. About the speed cameras. You mentioned a little bit earlier about after you go past it to speed up. I know where all the speed cameras are.
Yeah.
I thought I knew where all the speed cameras are.
Yeah.
One of them is actually after where the other speed camera is, and it gets you in from behind.
Okay, so I'm looking at the list now. Hang on a second. This is in where, Fairfield or Milford?
Fairfield.
Okay.
This is right after, if you're heading south on Umpqua Road.
Yeah.
Just past the middle school.
Yeah.
Or right at the edge of the middle school.
Yeah.
And it picks you up right before you hit you're out of the school zone.
See, I see here, now I'm looking on Umpqua Road, I see Fairfield Ludlow High School and the Roger Ludlow Middle School. So is that what we're talking about here? Okay. All right.
There's another camera that you don't know is there. And the reason I know it, I got a notice of violation.
You did?
I never got any warning because I always knew where all the cameras were, and I always slowed down.
And I'll bet you, Kevin, you'll slow down now, won't you?
No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out where everyone is, and I'm going to avoid those roads.
Well, here's what I have. Here's what I have, Kevin, all right? I've got Reading Road by the Dwight Elementary School. I've got Jefferson Street by Notre Dame Prep. I've got Burr Street by the Burr Street Elementary School.
Yeah.
I've got Mill Plain Road in the Riverfield Elementary School. And I've got Ludlow High and Ludlow Middle School on Umpqua Road and Ward High School, Knapp's Highway, and Melville Avenue. So that's what I have.
And the Ludlow High and the Ludlow Middle, there's one approaching it as you're coming down Umpqua, but there's one after it that is not flagged in any way. There's no display. You don't see anything. The next thing you know, you get the violation.
So you were, if you don't mind, what was it, $50 plus 15 for the process, right?
Exactly.
There you go. Did you have to explain that to anybody in your household or not?
No.
Oh, good.
They don't have a problem with it.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right.
I always try to be so careful. Always go through them under.
Yes,
limit.
that's it. I'll bet you'll slow down now, right, Kevin?
Well, as I said, I'm just going to avoid that
There
road.
it is.
I'm going to find the other ways to get places.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. So there you go. There's a good, law-abiding, fine resident of the wonderful town of Fairfield.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need? For the next level of security, call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance. Don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, been the going rate most of the afternoon. Parkway really isn't much help. In New Haven, 95 northbound side, very busy through Milford and West Haven. On the southbound side of 95, we have an accident reported near exit 55. And on Wilbur Cross going southbound, plenty of company going down to the tunnel. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Tonight we'll bring more smoke in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny and warm, but less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, a few showers and thunderstorms in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Norwalk's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Yowza, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. 5 o'clock hour around this time. Our buddy, our pal, John McKinney, former Republican State Senate leader, currently on the panel of the WTNH News 8 every Sunday morning at 10:30 program, The Capitol Report. We'll see what's on John's mind coming up in about an hour or so. Jillian in Fairfield is with us. Jillian, hi. You're on WICC.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
So I was at the meeting.
Good.
And I wouldn't say there were 100. There were more like, it was full. I'd say it was close to, 2/3 capacity,
Okay.
maybe 300 people.
All right.
And there may be some things you're not aware of. So
Okay.
one of the things is that those cameras use a software that has not been updated since 2019.
Okay.
It's been hacked very easily. It also does facial recognition, and it retains information, which it's not supposed to do.
Okay.
And this can be hacked by anybody if you know what you're doing, and I'm sure the people that do. It can be hacked by outside governments even. And the people were saying to them, why can't you have flashing lights? And evidently nobody has ever been hit at a school. Why can't you have just flashing lights when schools in whatever, and they said, well, we can't do that. Although evidently they said people knew about it. I didn't know about it, but they gave 30 days of commentary, but they didn't have any public meetings of it, so nobody knew about it. So people were angry. They understand that their information is being spied on. They'll know when they're going back and forth.
Okay.
So it's like, it's not, to me,
Okay.
it's like we've got enough digital gulag already
Mm-hmm.
with our cell phones and whatever else they're doing. It's not necessary. It doesn't prevent accidents. It may slow people down, but that's what we have police for. So I see the disadvantages outweigh the quote unquote advantages.
Who exactly said, Jillian, who exactly said at that meeting that the speed cameras have facial recognition?
Oh, no, I've researched the flock cameras in general. They have facial recognition.
Okay, because flocks...
And they retain the information, which they're just supposed to be on during school hours. No, they're on 24/7.
That has to do, the information retainment has to do with the individual city or town. They can do whatever settings they want to make sure that only certain people in the police department, certain town officials can access the data. So for that, you've really got to get on.
That's not true. It's hacked. It's software from 2019 that has not been updated.
Okay.
So it's not new. It's 7 years old, and we all know that with computers, you don't update, you don't do the protections.
Sure.
Anybody can look.
So
at
you
it.
don't see the. So let me just before I let you go, Jillian, and thank you because I'm up against the time. So you want them turned off?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Jillian. Appreciate it. So there is not a fan of the speed cameras. All right. So there you go. All right. She did her research, and she says it's not necessary. Okay. Well, we'll buy that. Look, eventually we're going to have a resolution of this. Eventually the courts are going to say what they say. Is this, in fact, a Fourth Amendment violation? Maybe it is. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just your friendly host sitting here talking to Tim in Hamden. Tim, how are you?
Well, I'm a law and order kind of person, except when it comes to speeding through schools. I'll do whatever I need to go around.
Tim, are you making fun of our last caller?
I'm making fun. Well, I don't. They may have my information over in communist China already.
Okay. Are you making fun of our last caller?
They recognize my face.
Goodbye. I don't need this. Listen, we love all our callers here, but that doesn't give you permission to make fun of our last caller. That's it. There you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We treat people on this program with dignity and respect. That's all. We make jokes sometimes, but got to be nice. Be nice and nice. Bob in Trumbull is here. He's been hanging on. Bob, how are you?
Reverend, I've been sitting here in my pew saying this sermon's not going to be the whole thing about cameras again.
Yeah, well,
but it is.
Yeah.
I jotted down some notes so we can get some of the other congregants to actually think this time.
All right.
Okay. These cameras are like locks on doors.
Mm-hmm.
It keeps the honest person honest. These Karens and Kens must not like the Ring cameras on people's front doors, so they can't be porch pirates.
Well, Bob, that is a very, and I'll let you finish, but that is a very interesting point there. And I did read somewhere over the weekend where if, let's say, down the line, the Supreme Court says, well, this is a Fourth Amendment violation, does that mean that everybody's got to turn their Ring cameras off? Interesting questions,
I don't know. One of the other congregants brought up that that the signs by these cameras weren't complying.
Yeah.
Well, the speeders aren't complying with the law either. They're speeding.
Good point.
So,
Yeah.
I mean,
you're speechless, my son.
If I see a camera, I wave at him.
Yeah.
Say, here I am.
I think, and Bob, thank you for the call. Appreciate it, my son. I just think, and now there is, some people say there's a valid argument because I did read a story where there is some concern, Tim, if you're listening, there is some concern by people that some of these flock devices do have some components or a bit of parts that have been manufactured in China. And I don't know about you, I don't mind the good 100 million, hundreds of millions of people in China, but it's their government that I could do without. So listen, here's the bottom line. This is all going to be hashed out in the courts. It will. It just will. My guess is it's going to stay as it is. You have no expectation of privacy when you're outside of your home. You don't. Remember when Google Maps became a thing about 10, 15 years ago, and they had those you see them sometimes, the Google mapping cars. They've got that contraption on the top of the car to digitize your neighborhood. And there were lawsuits about that. Oh, I'm outside, I'm doing the lawn, and I'm on a Google map. Well, And the court said, well, you're outside, man. You ain't inside. You're not inside with your doors locked and your garage down. All right, traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, been going right most of the afternoon. Parkway really isn't much help. In New Haven, 95 northbound side, very busy through Milford and West Haven. On the southbound side of 95, we have an accident reported near exit 55. And on Wilbur Cross going southbound, plenty of company going down to the tunnel. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Smoke this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny, warm, and less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Bankers Life, we care about your Medicare. From confusion to clarity. Bankers Life, the call to make when making Medicare decisions.
Are you maximizing your Medicare benefits? If you're new to Medicare or have an existing plan, Bankers Life will give you the best options so you maximize your benefits. Start online at bankerslife.com. Bankers Life, your personal Medicare expert. Bankerslife.com. That's bankerslife.com.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at BassoPHAC.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Where Connecticut comes for live and local talk. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Just did a very, very quick check online. We had a very nice woman that called in earlier, said she was part of the people gathered the other night to voice their opinions and their support and or their opposition to these speed cameras in the town of Fairfield. And she said that the speed cameras are, at least the ones here in Connecticut, and some of the license plate readers as well, using facial recognition. Well, I checked. Are these speed cameras that may give you that fine while you're in your car, or are the license plate readers in the state using facial recognition? Yes or no? I will tell you. I'll answer that coming up.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The White House says President Trump's speech tonight will center on election integrity. Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News the president will include D&I information related to the 2020 election.
The president has long pushed debunked conspiracy theories to claim that his 2020 election loss was fraudulent. It's not immediately clear what allegations he'll make as part of this speech. The remarks come as the president recently named a loyalist, Bill Pulte, to lead the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Pulte has no previous national security experience. Trump has said he wanted Pulte to declassify information. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Hostilities between the U.S. and Iran intensifying, the U.S. targeting Iran's oil hubs and ships trying to reach Iranian ports. Catastrophic flooding in central Texas. The governor confirming one person died overnight from flash floods between Kerrville and Comfort. High water rescues continuing and rivers have yet to crest. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is reminding you that the state's extreme hot weather protocol has been activated and will remain in effect until tonight. Under the protocol, the Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection's Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security uses its communications network to enable local, regional, and state emergency management officials and first responders to share information about conditions and other situations. Smoke is trickling into Connecticut from large wildfires in Canada and Minnesota. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is issuing an air quality alert for the entire state. Meteorologists with AccuWeather say the state will see the worst haze later today. DEEP says the air quality is at or exceeding levels that are unhealthy for people with sensitivity or pre-existing conditions. Children, teenagers, older adults, pregnant women, and people with asthma, CPD, and heart disease are the most at risk. Tributes continue to pour in from first responders across the state in honor of Bridgeport police officer Cooper Whiteside, who died on Monday in a motorcycle crash in Danbury. The 38-year-old Whiteside was a police officer in Bridgeport for 4 years and also served as a volunteer firefighter in both West Reading and Brookfield. On Wednesday afternoon, Whiteside's body was transported from the chief medical examiner's office in Farmington to a funeral home in Danbury. Firefighters and police officers in full dress uniform lined the entrance and saluted as their fallen colleague passed by. 34-year-old Brittany Islami of New Milford was also killed in the crash. Stratford Mayor Dr. David Chess says water has been restored to all Stratford residents after a water main break on Tuesday. Chess said the break occurred on Huntington Road, which disrupted water service for residents in the area Tuesday into Wednesday. The mayor said there was an additional water main break on Beaver Dam Road, and water service in both areas was restored by 6 p.m. Wednesday. Several state officials are vowing to fight against a proposed 11% rate hike by Eversource. The utility provider filed for a rate hike application on Tuesday, citing increased costs and infrastructure upgrades as reasons for needing higher rates. The approval process will take about a year, and the 5 members of the Connecticut Public Utilities Regulatory Authority will serve as the judges. Attorney General William Tong and Consumer Counsel Claire Coleman will both be arguing against the hike, with Attorney General William Tong telling WTNH-TV News 8 his office will be seeking decisive action.
The Office of the Attorney General is going to unload. We are going to do everything we can to stop this and push back on a company, by the way, whose stock price is up over 14% year over year, and who's been giving more and more dividends, increasing dividends back to their shareholders.
Consumer Counsel Claire Coleman said they are prepared to fight the utility on this.
We're going to do everything we can to limit that increase. Certainly, certain investments do need to be made, but what we're on guard for is something called gold plating, which is unnecessary building.
More than 100 Fairfield residents attended a public information session held Tuesday at Fairfield Ward High School's auditorium to voice their opposition to the town's speed enforcement cameras. First Select person Christine Vitale argued in favor of the cameras, saying safety is the primary goal of these initiatives, particularly in school zones. Police Chief Michael Paris also said that while he opposed the cameras at the beginning, he believes they are a tool to slow down drivers, and he believes the cameras are working. Jason Norton, a representative from Altumint, the company that provides the speed cameras, provided the preliminary data from the cameras. He said the data shows that between the warning period on May 1st to when tickets began to be issued on June 1st, there was an 87.2% drop in speeding. The speed camera is only activated if someone is driving 11 miles per hour above the speed limit or more. However, the overwhelming majority of the residents in attendance, which included Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong, voiced their frustrations and opposition to the cameras, with one resident stating, quote, "We all want to live in safe communities with safe streets, but is surveillance technology and artificial intelligence needed to achieve this?" The session was scheduled to run for 2 hours, but it was close to 3. And Connecticut is the 13th best state to move to, according to an annual survey from Consumer Affairs. The rankings are based on factors including safety, quality of life, health care, and education. New Hampshire is number 1 in the survey, Massachusetts is 6th, Rhode Island 17th, and New York is 40th. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, been the going rate most of the afternoon. Parkway really isn't much help. In New Haven, 95 northbound side, very busy through Milford and West Haven. On the southbound side of 95, we have an accident reported near exit 55. And on Wilbur Cross going southbound, plenty of company going down to the tunnel. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Tonight we'll bring more smoke in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny and warm, but less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, a few showers and thunderstorms in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's here every afternoon to give it to you straight. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, are any of these cameras using artificial intelligence, AI? So I simply went to Google and said, do flock cameras in Connecticut use facial recognition? Here is the main answer I got. Now, I wasn't at the meeting in Fairfield. I don't know what was admitted to or not, but let's put this all out there. Says here, flock safety cameras in Connecticut do not use facial recognition. They operate as automated license plate readers that only capture vehicle attributes, make, color, license plate, and unique features like roof racks or stickers. The cameras do not identify drivers, passengers, or pedestrians. Okay? That's what this says. So I also asked Google's AI here, Gemini. Hi, Gemini. I also asked Gemini, do Connecticut speed cameras use facial recognition? According to the state DOT, the answer is no. Connecticut speed cameras do not use facial recognition. State automated traffic enforcement is governed by laws that strictly restrict the cameras to capturing license plates and reviewing vehicles only. In images where vehicle occupants are visible, state regulations require that facial features be masked. So, I don't know what to tell you. The speed cameras capture images of license plates for vehicles traveling 10 miles an hour or more above the posted speed limit. Captured violations are manually reviewed by law enforcement, state police for highway zones, by the way, or local law enforcement, before any citation is mailed to a registered owner. Citations are civil penalties. They do not add points to your driver's license, nor are they reported to your automobile insurance company. So there you go. Automated speed cameras are currently active in specific highway work zones like on I-95 and approved municipalities. All right, this is what they're saying. I don't know what to tell you here. I wasn't there. So apparently between the flock license plate readers and the speed cameras, the answer is no and no. I don't know what to tell you. I don't want to rain on anybody's party here. But I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Marty is in Milford. Hello, Marty. How are you, sir? Hello, Marty. Can we bring Marty up? Is Marty there? Let's,
I hear you.
All right, Marty, I got you, baby. What's up?
There. Not much, Paul. How are you?
All right. What do you got?
Good. So my question is, most of these speed cameras, I drive a lot. Mm-hmm. I'm an appliance repairman, so I do a lot of service calls all over the state.
There you go.
Most of these speed cameras are in school zones.
Yeah.
So if school is not in session, do you still have to reduce speed to the school zone speed, or can you say you're on a 35-mile-an-hour road, but it's a school zone and it becomes 25? If I'm doing 36, am I going to get a ticket?
You probably will. Now, Marty, from what I understand, it varies by municipality, because I know some municipalities keep it at the same speed limit all year, and others have signs up that say, speed limit 25, photo enforced during school hours or school year. So you really, Marty, you've got to go online and check with the zones that already have it and are getting. And that's another criticism of it, that once people get used to it, what happens if it changes season to season or summer to winter? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if school is out of session, does the school zone still apply?
But you sound like a guy who would never speed, Marty. You don't speed, do you?
No, I'm driving a company truck. It's like driving a billboard around.
Yeah.
If I make any little mistake, they're calling the office. Your guys. So I drive very carefully.
Does your truck have GPS?
It does. It has GPS and it has a camera. So there's a camera facing in and a camera facing out.
Wow.
Which is great, because I've been in like 3 accidents that were not my fault.
Very nice.
And the camera recorded it, so I got out of it.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah. I mean, I'm watched all day, every day, and about license plates and privacy, I spend most of my day reading license plates. Passing time playing the license plate game, and you never find a queue.
That's right. Hey, Marty, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Marty, an appliance repair person. How about that? I guess, well, yeah, I mean, the hard goods you can still repair. I mean, if you have a flat screen TV that you paid $120 for, you throw it away, right? I guess. All right, good to hear from Marty in Milford. Says, hey, he's got a camera looking at him and a camera looking out of his vehicle every day he's at work. So how about that? All right, let's do traffic and weather together. News coming up, too. We've got Wall Street, all that and more right here on a Thursday edition of Connecticut Today.
Fish on! The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth official auto sponsor is Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford, the dealership built on trust. Register now for your chance to win $25,000 for the heaviest bluefish caught. Pick up a registration form at Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Be part of the Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, August 29th and 30th, and land your next vehicle at Stevens Ford Lincoln in Milford.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Belgium was trading at 2.5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $3,744 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use, now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Well, stocks finished Thursday lower amid a sell-off in the tech sector. The NASDAQ leading the decline off around 400, while the Dow and S&P saw more modest losses. Traders taking in a flurry of economic news today. The Commerce Department said there was a modest increase in retail sales in June. Those gained 0.2% after climbing a revised 1% in May. Elsewhere, the Labor Department said that first-time claims for unemployment benefits fell unexpectedly the week ended July 11th. Those were down 8,000 to 208,000, down from the previous week's 216,000, but economists were looking for claims to actually rise to 220,000. Elsewhere in the housing sector, pending home sales fell more than expected in the month of June. The National Association of Realtors said that its pending home sales index plunged 5.4% in the month. Meanwhile, the National Association of Home Builders said that home builder confidence also declined in July. And oil extended losses from Wednesday as traders await resolution to the Iran conflict. WTI crude finishing at around $79 a barrel.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported exit 21, 95 north, at least 90 minutes. Greenwich going through to Bridgeport, and in New Haven 95, just volume delays either side through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Smoke this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny, warm, and less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, Fairfield County, and affecting your world, Paul Pacelli is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 48 past the hour, dozen till the top, 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. The president's going to address the nation tonight. Nobody's saying specifically what he's going to say, but it's going to be about foreign election interference. Here we go again. Here we go. I don't know what to say. If he's going to harp on this again. I mean, listen. I guess if you have solid evidence, I don't know. Now, one of the things that he is probably going to say, because I'm looking here, and again, I don't think this is much of a needle mover heading into the midterms, but it is what it is. He's probably going to say, how is it that Joe Biden set an all-time record in the popular vote of 81.283 million voters in 2020, and then Kamala Harris only had 75 million? Or Hillary Clinton before Mr. Biden only had 65 million. So, again, I'm just throwing this out there. I have no idea what he's going to say. Now, I have always maintained this, and I will continue to maintain this. If there is a notion that there was some sort of roundabout foreign interference, all right, what is your proof? And there are countries already saying, well, if he accuses us tonight, it's all garbage, it's all crap, whatever. I mean, I don't know. I do not know. But, yeah, Mr. Biden at 81.283 million people in 2020 to defeat Mr. Trump, who was at 74.223 million. Then in 2024, Donald Trump gained about 3 million voters. He finished with 77.302 million. Kamala Harris, 75.017 million. So Mr. Trump won the popular vote by 1.5 points. No, I'm sorry. He won the popular vote by, hang on, got to look a little closer here. Yeah, 1.5 points. He had a 49.8. Kamala Harris had 48.3. So there you go. So he won all the swing states, all 6 or 7 swing states. He won the popular vote by a 1.5, and he won the Electoral College 312 to 226. He'll probably argue, saying, hey, wait a minute. If everybody hated me in 2020, how did I go from 232 electoral votes to 312? I have no idea what he's going to say. I don't know. Just... What else? While on the subject of automobiles and auto safety and people just doing stuff that, you know, you look at and you say, what are you doing? From a couple of days ago in the Hearst papers, juveniles targeted unlocked cars in Seymour and they stole an SUV. You people in Seymour, what are you doing? What are you doing? Police are seeking public help after a series of vehicle burglaries and a stolen vehicle. This was Monday in the beautiful town of Seymour. The incidents appear to involve a group of juveniles rummaging through unlocked cars. According to the Seymour Chief of Police, John Bucciarati. I know I ask this all the time. And I'm going to ask it again, if for nothing more than effect. Who leaves their cars unlocked on this day? Even if you're shopping, even if you're just running into a convenience store, I will ask it again, half rhetorically, half seriously, who leaves their cars unlocked? Police say the series of vehicle break-ins took place between midnight and 12:30 a.m. Good kids. Breaking into cars between midnight and 12:30 and 2:30. I'm sorry. I'm going to put my glasses on. Midnight and 2:30 a.m. Fine kids, future Ivy League grads, I'm sure, making mom and dad proud. In the areas of Mead Farm Road, Bungay Road, Cornfield Road, Mountain Road, Peach Farm Road, and Bosford Road. A 2018 Jeep Grand Cherokee was stolen, later found abandoned near the scene of the thefts. Nothing of value was taken from the vehicles. Oh, so they're just out taking vehicles. There you go. Vehicle burglaries and thefts have increased across the Naugatuck Valley, said Seymour PD. Seymour detectives are telling people to lock their vehicles, remove valuables from inside, and never leave keys in the car. Can somebody tell me, please, in the year of our Lord 2026, besides maybe a couple of clean shirts like I do, or a bag of this or a bottle of that, who leaves valuables in their car now? No, honestly, seriously. What are you doing? What are you doing leaving valuables in the car? What are you doing not locking the car? Or what are you doing leaving the keys in the car? Are you that lazy? I'm sorry I have to ask you that. And I'm sorry I have to ask it the way I'm asking it. Are you that lazy? What are you doing? Keys in the car? What do you actually leave them in the ignition too? Or if you may not have an ignition, more and more cars are using the push button start. I prefer a key, because to me that's got to be a lot cheaper to replace or to fix than the push button ignition. It's nice, it's cool. You just put your foot on the brake, press it all the way down, and hit the start button. But So you folks in Seymour, I'm telling you, lock and load. You got to do what you got to do. I'm not telling you to be violent, but Monday burglaries between midnight and 2:30 a.m. in the areas of Mead Farm, Bungay, Canfield, Mountain Road, Peach Farm, and Botsford Roads. Man, oh man, in bucolic Seymour. My God. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported exit 21, 95 north, at least 90 minutes. Greenwich going through to Bridgeport, and in New Haven 95, just volume delays either side through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight we'll bring more smoke in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny and warm, but less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, a few showers and thunderstorms in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Everyone has a community to lean on. A neighborhood, school, kids' teams, where you worship, work out, or any other place or group where you choose to belong. Communities can provide support when you need it, and even when you don't know you do. Like when it comes to preventing underage drinking and other substance use. You've talked with your kids and shared clear expectations, but you're not with them every minute. Your community members, friends and relatives, teachers and coaches, faith leaders, and other important adults in your kids' lives can be your eyes, ears, and a supportive influence when you're not around, reinforcing your messages with your kids and alerting you to warning signs of underage drinking or other substance use. So talk with your kids about these issues and involve the members of your community to help keep your kids safe. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information, visit talktheyhearyou.samhsa.gov.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And listen, for everybody in the Chris Williams fan club, and my bad. I jumped right into the phone calls at the beginning of this hour. We're getting toward the weekend here, and I actually forgot to have Mr. Williams do the Facebook question of the day answers. So fear not, all you young ladies and men in the Chris Williams fan club. You will hear Mr. Williams give answers to our question of the day, which, all right, I admit I worded it in a little bit of a way that got a few people upset here. But the Facebook question of the day, why don't the people complaining about the automated speed cameras just remember where they are, slow down, and observe the speed limit? That's it. Now, I'm getting a few how should I say, rather pointed responses here, but that's kind of why I worded it the way I did. So there you go. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Going to get to a couple of text messages, too, as well. Remember, you can always text us. The text screen, when I'm on the air here, the text screen is up, running, and open. At same number. Pretty convenient, huh? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Our buddy, our pal, John McKinney is coming up in the quarter past segment of this hour. We'll get John's latest ascertainment, what he thinks handicapping the governor's race coming up in a few months.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Renewed strikes between the U.S. and Iran continuing, the U.S. targeting ships trying to reach Iranian ports, and Iran also launching and targeting U.S. assets in the region. The stalemate in the Strait leading to uncertainty for oil and shipping. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the president wants Iran to open the Strait.
President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the Strait without ensuring Iran pays consequences for that, and that's what we are witnessing right now.
In a few hours, the president will deliver a speech. Leavitt says his remarks will focus on election integrity ahead of the midterms. ABC's Rachel Scott has more on the president's speech.
Sources say the president is expected to detail information he says he received from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence related to the 2020 election. Of course, President Trump has long pushed conspiracy theories and false claims about the 2020 election, which he lost.
In Texas Hill Country, high river rescues continuing due to flash flooding. The governor says one person died. Dozens of others have been rescued. ABC's Jim Ryan on the challenges.
The swiftwater rescue crews pre-positioned along the Guadalupe River are being put to the test today.
There's that elderly couple that's trapped in their house. I don't know if we can get to them or not.
I've got many boat crews that are ready to go over there.
The audio from Broadcastify. The state has deployed more than 800 vehicles and 1,300 personnel for rescue and recovery efforts, with more help coming from Louisiana and Oklahoma.
The CDC tracking cases of cyclosporiasis across 34 states, 7,000 cases nationwide, with more than half of those cases centered in Michigan.
The epicenter is in Michigan, where doctors tell us they typically see less than 50 cases per year. Now it's up to 600 per day. Health officials there say the outbreak could be tied to lettuce or salad greens, but nationwide, federal officials still have not identified a cause.
ABC's Elizabeth Schulze. You're listening to ABC News.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Wildfires in Canada triggering health alerts across the Midwest and Northeast. Drifting smoke setting in along with the heat dome. In western states, the threat of wildfires in parts of California leading utility companies to take precautions.
When wildfire conditions become dangerous here in California, it's now routine for power companies to proactively shut off electricity. So if power lines come down, they don't start wildfires that run and can be deadly in high wind. Pacific Gas and Electric has shut off power in areas east and south of the San Francisco Bay Area. Southern California Edison has turned off the power for about 450 customers in Santa Barbara County. The heat and wind should improve going into the weekend, allowing the electricity to be turned back on. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Officials with prediction trading market Kalshi have notified federal regulators this week that they plan to allow users to bet on the percentage of on-time or delayed flights at airports nationwide. That's drawing fierce criticism from airline experts. Here's ABC's Jay O'Brien.
Airlines for America, though, the trade group representing the nation's air carriers, says it has serious concerns. Writing in a statement, the safety and security of the aviation system should never be treated as a betting proposition. The industry also warns that these bets could give bad actors an incentive to find ways to get flights canceled so they can win big.
Kalshi's proposal is now in the hands of regulators. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as big wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is reminding you that the state's extreme hot weather protocol has been activated and will remain in effect until tonight. Under the protocol, the Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection's Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security uses its communications network to enable local, regional, and state emergency management officials and first responders to share information about conditions and other situations. Smoke is trickling into Connecticut from large wildfires in Canada and Minnesota. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is issuing an air quality alert for the entire state. Meteorologists with AccuWeather say the state will see the worst haze later today. Deep says the air quality is at or exceeding levels that are unhealthy for people with sensitivity or pre-existing conditions. Children, teenagers, older adults, pregnant women, and people with asthma, CPD, and heart disease are the most at risk. The Department of Education is investigating the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System. A letter from the DOE to the school superintendent says the investigation is focusing on the district's handling of rape or sexual assault cases involving teachers and students. The school system issued a response saying the safety and well-being of its students is its highest priority, and it is fully complying with the review. The letter says the DOE's Office for Civil Rights will follow up with the district regarding the next steps in the investigation. And Connecticut is receiving a $388,000 payout from pharmaceutical company Glenmark. The Connecticut Attorney General's office announced the settlement on Wednesday morning. Connecticut led a group of 48 states and territories in saying Glenmark inflated prices, reduced competition, and unreasonably restrained trade of generic prescription drugs. The company also must initiate several reforms to make sure they are in compliance with antitrust laws. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 southbound closed at exit 15 because of a crash. Northbound, an accident reported between exit 11 and exit 13. On 95 north, 90 minutes, Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway northbound isn't much help. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Madge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Smoke this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny, warm, and less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Fantabulous to have you with us right here at WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, online, voiceofct.com, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. We are talking about license plate readers, speed cameras. A lot of people very passionate about that, and that's why we are here, to let you air your thoughts about that. In fact, our question of the day, we're going to do it now because your dumb host forgot at 4 o'clock. The boss will love me with that. Why don't the people complaining about automated speed cameras just remember where they are? They tell you where they are. Remember to slow down and to observe the speed limit. Chris Williams is standing by. He's going to give us a little sample of what he has been looking at on these answers. Got a good few dozen of them today. And a varied opinion, although I would say that most of the answers we get on this are anti-speed camera. A lot of people think it's a cash grab. There's some people out there in the guise of public safety. Chris, what do you have?
Well, we start with Chris, who says because the speed limit changes depending on what time and day it is and what type of school you were going past. The signs that tell you the effective times are tiny, about 6 by 10. Different school zones have different times of reduced speed enforcement. Elementary, middle, and high schools all have different times of reduced speed enforcement. Alan says, I'm sure a sense of entitlement has something to do with it as well. Joe says the cameras do more than just monitor speed and ticket you. Flock cameras are a bigger concern from Jerry. And Heather says, yes, let's pretend it's a safety issue.
All right, there you go. Now, again, we had an answer there alluding to Flock using AI in Connecticut. First of all, the speed cameras are different than the Flock license plate readers. And both the state of Connecticut and Flock are saying that because of the safeguards we have in the state, remember, every state is different. From what I understand, the Flock system is a customizable system. And sometimes it'll record additional stuff other than the license plates or whatever, the back of the car or whatever vehicle you're in. But from the information that I just read a little while ago, you can see that some of this Flock stuff is different state by state. And remember, we passed laws here saying that, for example, the feds cannot access a lot of the information supposedly to use for immigration purposes or to try and track down women who have had abortions and who've been criminalized for doing such by their previous state. So there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Again, we keep the questions up. They never go anywhere. Oh, by the way, I meant to tell you, I had put up an extra question or two regarding, what was it? Oh, the Federal Highway Administration says Connecticut has 2,100 miles of poor condition roads. Fifth worst in the U.S. We'll get to some of these in just a minute, too. Maybe I'll press Chris into double duty. Chris, you up for some double duty here on the other question I posted? FHA says Connecticut has 2,100 miles of roads in poor condition, the fifth worst in the U.S. We will have Chris read some more of those coming up later on. First, though, our pal John McKinney standing by right here on WICC.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us. Voiceofct.com.
Sleep better with a Gold Bond mattress from Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Gold Bond mattresses are made locally, available in every size and comfort level, and feature a flippable design that helps extend the life of your mattress, giving you years of exceptional comfort and value. Adjustable bases also available. Whether you like plush, firm, or somewhere in between, Spectre Furniture has the perfect mattress. Visit Main Street, Ansonia, and discover why generations have trusted Spectre Furniture. Dependable for 136 years. Main Street, Ansonia.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Bumped your bumper? Kissed a curb? With Sono Collision, your car will be back to top notch in no time. Because we don't just repair, we care. Visit sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
We are in the midst of hurricane season here in Connecticut, and let me be real, it's not over until the beginning of November. We've already seen our fair share of storms, including what happened on July 4th. It's time to get that free tree risk assessment I tell you about all the time from my friends at K&J Tree Service. We had the free tree risk assessment done last year, and it gave us such peace of mind going into the winter, the spring, and now hurricane season. And what's cool about K&J Tree Service is they only have certified arborists come out to check your property.
We only send licensed arborists arborist to the property to do those health assessments. And certainly there's so many things that we can do aside from just take a tree down.
You can call Ricky and his team at K&J Tree Service by calling 203-248-TREE or just go to kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment. No obligation to do the work, but definitely gives you peace of mind and a better understanding of how healthy your trees are or are not on your property and how likely they are to come down the next time a storm rolls through. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment.
The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest by Connecticut Basement Systems is August 2nd. Pizza, craft beverages, and fun. Enter to win a $1,000 gift card from Jordan's Furniture in New Haven. Jordan's Furniture, an experience like no other. ctpizzaandbrewfest.com.
Go to voiceofct.com and click on contests. Enter to win tickets to see the Happy Together tour at Toyota Oakdale Theater Saturday, August 1st. Tickets on sale through Live Nation.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 southbound closed at exit 15 because of a crash. Northbound, an accident reported between exit 11 and exit 13. On 95 north, 90 minutes, Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway northbound isn't much help. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight we'll bring more smoke in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny and warm, but less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, a few showers and thunderstorms in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This year marks 100 years of broadcasting for WICC. Thank you, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
And we welcome our pal, John McKinney, former Republican State Senate leader. You, of course, see John and Bob Dunchik and Joy Rasimowicz and Liz Karantowicz and a whole bunch of people on the Capitol Report, WTNH News 8, every Sunday morning at 10:30 to give us the skinny is what's going on. John, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well, Paul. How are you?
Not too bad. From your perch, Mr. McKinney, what do you see that has happened over the last week or so in the governor's race? Good to see, because I love the more people running, the better. Good to see that Mr. Elliott got his almost $4 million, huh?
He did, and he's out with his first campaign ad. He's made an incredibly large purchase on network television. I think it's over $400,000. That will get his name recognition much higher than it currently is.
Yeah.
And it's a larger buy than what the governor has. It's going to be interesting to see how much he is putting his money into a get out the vote effort. Governor Lamont announced he's opened 9 regional offices across the state, which are going to help him to get out the vote.
Yeah.
So different strategies there. The unknown candidate's doing a lot on TV, and the known candidate seems to be doing a lot of the groundwork, which quite frankly is what you need to be doing in a primary.
Yeah, guys like you and guys and gals like you who've been in this, John, you always tell me 2 words, name recognition. But, John, just the coverage of Josh Elliott in situations like this, there is a lot of free coverage, is there not, by all the TV stations in the state, talk radio, the print outlets? I mean, part of that is just gobbled up by the natural news cycle, isn't it?
He is getting a lot of free coverage, and that's what you dream of as a candidate for office. Obviously, we're seeing in the politics of today, especially within the Democratic Party, a lot of challengers are taking on incumbents, and so there's a lot of attention being paid, not just in Connecticut, but across the country.
The big issue, John, over the past week, and I think everybody like you and I and some other folks who talk about this stuff who thought utilities would be a big issue, we see that again. It is. Eversource coming up with a rate increase request, 7% from back cleanup issues, another 11% on that, so 28%. Boy, this is red meat, is it not, John McKinney, for both sides in this campaign?
It is, and you see Josh Elliott, the sort of far-left Democrat socialist candidate, attacking Governor Lamont. You see Ryan Fazio, the Republican candidate, attacking Governor Lamont. The reality is all 3 of them have been in office. and no one can raise their hand and say, I've solved the problem. When I first ran for the state Senate in 1998, they had just voted on deregulation, which I had publicly come out against, and some others. This has been an issue we've been fighting for a long time because we're at the end of the pipeline. Ryan Fazio wants to get rid of the public benefits charge from your bill, and that would reduce your bill 20%, but those public benefit charges are then going to go in the state budget. So are you paying it out of your left pocket or your right? What I really want to see and what people should really be asking for is, what is your plan to bring more energy into Connecticut? You need to increase the supply in order to meet the demand. And this has seemed to reach a peak in terms of the politics, Paul, but we've been struggling with this forever. Governor Rowland, Governor Rell, Governor Malloy have all struggled with it, and no one has come up with the answer because we're not bringing in enough supply.
Yeah, and even when the realities are, John, that has to be done, as you say, it goes back 20, 30, 35 years in this state. The political realities set in, and you may remember, I guess, the governor was at a forum a bunch of months ago, and what on the surface looked to be a friendly forum, and he said, yeah, we have to bring in more power, and that may include natural gas, and he got booed. So, John, when do we say the hell with the booze? We have to do something here. This is going to be untenable for our kids and grandkids.
Well, we do, and there's an ability to expand a pipeline and hook up to New York, but the governor of New York is saying she doesn't want to do that because she's facing her own political reality. And there are difficult choices. Look, I'll be very honest. Years ago, there was a proposal to put a huge liquid natural gas tanker in Long Island.
I remember that,
and do a pipe. Now, I opposed that because I thought the tanker in the Sound was taking away a huge natural resource. I think a pipeline has been proven to be a more successful way to do it. But there is a group. I don't think it's a huge voting bloc, but there is a voting bloc that does not want anything other than solar or wind power in terms of supply. And guess what? They're more expensive. And it's not, I'm not going to say never, but it's not going to be a solution for the next 10 to 20 years. The other issue is getting more nuclear power, and Governor Lamont has talked about and been supportive of doing that. The problem is getting that permitted is probably a 10-year process.
10 years? I say 100 years on the show.
It could be, but these smaller nuclear plants, which the administration in Washington has been trying to promote, could be permitted, I think, quicker, but you're still talking 10 years.
Yeah, and John, boy, I'm glad you brought that up because I remember that, covering that, doing shows about that, and that tanker was going to be, like 8 or 10 miles out, and I guess the fear, if I remember it at that time, John, one of the fears was if the thing blew up, it would have the concussion of like a small nuke because of where it was going to be, and it would be full of LNG. But wow, you tickle my memory on that. I had forgotten about that. Wow.
Yeah, and I don't remember the size of it. It was multiple football fields, high and long. The real issue for me was if it was in the Sound, you had to have like a 1 mile circle around it that nobody could use, and you were taking all of that Long Island Sound away from boaters and fishermen and the like. But that hasn't been proposed since it was canceled then. So maybe it wasn't the right idea at the time after all.
No, and John, finally, what do you see in any buzz you hear from your sources regarding some of the legislative races, perhaps on both sides for the State House and State Senate?
Well, I think there are a couple of good races out there that we're going to see. I don't think we're going to see a ton of competitive races in Fairfield County, but I do think we'll see some around the state. And obviously the other really big race is the 1st Congressional District, where John Larson, who's been in Congress for a very long time, has 3 challengers, one of whom, Luke Bronin, the former mayor of Hartford, has outraised an incumbent Democratic congressperson, and got the nomination. That's a big surprise. And again, I think that's a trend we're seeing, especially among Democratic primary voters across the country. They want to bring in new people who are going to fight Donald Trump and get rid of the old people who they don't think are fighting hard enough.
John McKinney, catch him this Sunday and every Sunday, 10:30, WTNH News 8. The Capitol Report, Tom Dudchick and our friends alongside John and Liz Karantowitz and all the folks there. Hey, John, thanks as usual, and we'll chat with you next week, sir. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Paul.
All right, appreciate that. All right. Little news about somebody in the congressional delegation. We'll talk about that coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 southbound closed at exit 15 because of a crash. Northbound, an accident reported between exit 11 and exit 13. On 95 north, 90 minutes, Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway northbound isn't much help. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Madge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Smoke this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny, warm, and less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Concert season is on fire. Don't miss any of these great shows. Friday, July 17th, it's Darius Rucker at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Saturday, July 18th, don't miss Adam Lambert at Mohegan Sun. Tuesday, July 21st, Ms. Lauryn Hill takes the stage at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Sunday, July 22nd, Neo with Akon at Meadows Music Theater. Thursday, July 30th, For King and Country marches into the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Sunday, August 2nd, Maya performs at Mohegan Sun. Friday, August 7th, don't miss the legendary Rod Stewart with Richard Marx at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. And Saturday, August 22nd, see Kesha at the Mohegan Sun Arena.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Some news coming out of our House delegation. 5th District Democratic Congresswoman Jahana Hayes, the only member of our House delegation to vote yesterday, Wednesday, for an amendment that would have cut off more aid to Israel. John Larson, Joe Courtney, Rosa DeLauro, and Jim Himes joined nearly half of the Democratic caucus and all but one Republican in defeating that amendment to a government spending bill that would have eliminated $3.3 billion coming up in more aid for Israel. Not surprised that Congresswoman Hayes voted against that because her district, the 5th Congressional District, is the closest district in the state, and the Cook Political Report puts it right now as Democrats +3. So obviously with the leftward lurch, the leftward lean in the Democratic Party, where hating Israel and hating Jews, and I'm sorry I have to put it that way, but it's the truth. All you have to do is look at the news, get your head out of the sand. The once great Democratic Party has a very scary streak of anti-Semitism, or anti-Zionism, as they like to say. Whatever, 6 of one, half dozen of another. So listen, Congresswoman Hayes and her staff there in the 5th, no, D+3 If a lot of her progressives stay home, if she supports Israel, she loses. Now, I don't think she's going to lose either way, but having said that, it's possible. So Jim Himes, Rosa DeLauro, Joe Courtney, and John Larson also voting in favor of the additional Israeli aid, or aid to Israel, we should say. But Jonna Hayes votes no, or in favor of cutting off the aid. So, and again, these kind of things wouldn't say that the Israeli Air Force or the IDF or whatever, or Israel, could not get American arms. It just means that we wouldn't give them to them. They would have to buy them, as pointed out, anybody else can.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The U.S. carrying out another heavy day of strikes targeting Iran and ships navigating Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz. ABC's Karen Travers says Iran also launching attacks in the region.
Jordan and Bahrain were facing incoming yesterday, and then today reports from Kuwait about Iranian strikes back at them. Yesterday, the United States hit military installations in the north, also fired on that oil tanker. The president has repeated that threat to go after civilian infrastructure in Iran.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, facing Senate confirmation hearings this week to become permanent AG, met with some survivors of the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Blanche facing criticism over the Justice Department's handling and release of the Epstein files, and Republican Senator Tom Tillis told Blanche he would withhold his vote until he met with survivors. In Texas Hill Country, high river water rescues continuing amid catastrophic flooding. The governor says at least one person has died. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is reminding you that the state's extreme hot weather protocol has been activated and will remain in effect until tonight. Under the protocol, the Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection's Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security uses its communications network to enable local, regional, and state emergency management officials and first responders to share information about conditions and other situations. Smoke is trickling into Connecticut from large wildfires in Canada and Minnesota. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is issuing an air quality alert for the entire state. Meteorologists with AccuWeather say the state will see the worst haze later today. Deep says the air quality is at or exceeding levels that are unhealthy for people with sensitivity or pre-existing conditions. Children, teenagers, older adults, pregnant women, and people with asthma, CPD, and heart disease are the most at risk. More than 100 Fairfield residents attended a public information session held Tuesday at Fairfield Ward High School's auditorium to voice their opposition to the town's speed enforcement cameras. First Select Person Christine Vitale argued in favor of the cameras, saying safety is the primary goal of these initiatives, particularly in school zones. Police Chief Michael Paris also said that while he opposed the cameras at the beginning, he believes they are a tool to slow down drivers, and he believes the cameras are working. Jason Norton, a representative from Altumint, the company that provides the speed cameras, provided the preliminary data from the cameras. He said the data shows that between the warning period on May 1st to when tickets began to be issued on June 1st, there was an 87.2% drop in speeding. The speed camera is only activated if someone is driving 11 miles per hour above the speed limit or more. However, the overwhelming majority of the residents in attendance, including Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong, voiced their frustrations and opposition to the cameras, with one resident stating, quote, "We all want to live in safe communities with safe streets, but is surveillance technology and artificial intelligence needed to achieve this?" The session was scheduled to run for 2 hours, but it was close to 3. Several state officials are vowing to fight against a proposed 11% rate hike by Eversource. The utility provider filed for a rate hike application on Tuesday, citing increased costs and infrastructure upgrades as reasons for needing higher rates. The approval process will take about a year, and the 5 members of the Connecticut Public Utilities Regulatory Authority will serve as the judges. Attorney General William Tong and Consumer Counsel Claire Coleman will both be arguing against the hike, with Attorney General William Tong telling WTNH TV News 8 he will respond with decisive action.
The Office of the Attorney General is going to unload. We are going to do everything we can to stop this and push back on a company, by the way, whose stock price is up over 14% year over year, and who's been giving more and more dividends, increasing dividends back to their shareholders.
Consumer Counsel Claire Coleman said they are prepared to fight the utility on this.
We're going to do everything we can to limit that increase. Certainly, certain investments do need to be made, but what we're on guard for is something called gold plating, which is unnecessary building.
Tributes continue to pour in from first responders across the state in honor of Bridgeport police officer Cooper Whiteside, who died on Monday in a motorcycle crash in Danbury. The 38-year-old Whiteside was a police officer in Bridgeport for 4 years and also served as a volunteer firefighter in both West Reading and Brookfield. On Wednesday afternoon, Whiteside's body was transported from the chief medical examiner's office in Farmington to a funeral home in Danbury. Firefighters and police officers in full dress uniform lined the entrance and saluted as their fallen colleague passed by. 34-year-old Brittany Islami of New Milford was also killed in the crash. Stratford Mayor Dr. David Chess says water has been restored to all Stratford residents after a water main break on Tuesday. Chess said the break occurred on Huntington Road, which disrupted water service for residents in the area Tuesday into Wednesday. The mayor said there was an additional water main break on Beaver Dam Road, and water service in both areas was restored by 6 p.m. Wednesday. More cases of cyclosporiasis are confirmed in Connecticut. The Connecticut Department of Health announced Wednesday that 40 cases have been reported in the state. Health officials are urging residents to thoroughly wash fresh produce. Caitlin Kimball, co-owner of Sunset Farm in Milford, told WTNH TV News 8 they have seen a boost in the last week of people wanting to find more locally grown food.
I've gotten more than a dozen calls over the last couple of days with people asking us how we wash our produce, what our protocols are, is it safe to eat our lettuce? And I've just been really positive and assuring, saying that, we harvest our food, we wash it in water, and it's at our farm stand.
Symptoms of the virus include diarrhea, nausea, fatigue, and healthcare experts say the virus can be treated with antibiotics. And Connecticut is the 13th best state to move to, according to an annual survey from Consumer Affairs. The rankings are based on factors including safety, quality of life, healthcare, and education. New Hampshire is number 1 in the survey. Massachusetts is 6th, Rhode Island 17th, and New York is 40th. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 southbound closed at exit 15 because of a crash. Northbound, an accident reported between exit 11 and exit 13. On 95 North, 90 minutes, Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway northbound isn't much help. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Madge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight we'll bring more smoke in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny and warm, but less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, a few showers and thunderstorms in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we're going to get to something that our Attorney General, Mr. Tong, had to say about this latest rate request from Eversource. We'll do that momentarily. But you know what we're going to do? I'm feeling good on a Thursday. I guess down the hall at PLR, they may call it, Double Shot Thursday? So I'm going to give you a double shot of our Facebook question of the day. We did one on the speed limits and speed cameras earlier. How about this that I was able to put up yesterday? And it has to do with roads. The Federal Highway Administration, the FHA, saying Connecticut has about 2,100 miles of roads in what are termed poor condition. So technically, if you look at that, Connecticut has the 5th worst roads in the U.S. Now, There are people disputing that, saying, well, that's not really fair because major roads versus secondary roads versus town roads and all that. But I wanted to put that up there and get your feelings on that. And we have almost 400 people who have chimed in on that. And a few more to go through. Mr. Williams, what do you have on that one?
I am surprised there are 4 other states worse than Connecticut from Dave. They want to build a bridge to add to the poor roads from Claudio. And in other shocking news, water is wet from Ron. It's intentional, so they'll say from Jim. It helps to cut down on speeding, more like wagon trails from Jose. I believe it from Kevin, but how can we not have the worst when there's constant work being done everywhere on all of them? And Louis says, we can do better. We should be number 1 on that list. Connecticut just needs more Democrats to raid the highway fund for their own pet projects. Come on, Connecticut. We can be number 1.
Who said the one, Chris, about it slows traffic down? I want to give kudos to that person. Who was that? Scroll back there, whatever you can find. I think it was the second or third one you read there.
About
it would slow traffic down. It's a speed deterrent.
It's intentional, so it helps to cut down on speeding?
Yes.
Jim.
Jim, listen, you're a smart man. Why do I say that, Jim? Because years ago, when I did a nighttime show in New Haven, I had a local mayor on the show. And we had just taken a call from a woman who complained that one of the main roads or a main section of road that she lived by had just been paved. She said it's smooth as anything now. And people are speeding down the road again. And I said to her, so you mean to tell me that now that the road is nice, so-and-so, Mary or whatever her name was, they're going nuts on this? She goes, yeah. And the mayor said, this one, I'm not going to tell you what town or who he or she was, because they may be still listening. And he/she was a good person. But on the ensuing commercial break, my engineer cut the mics. We went to the commercial. I said, so she wasn't happy. And this mayor, and again, this is a long time ago. It's 20-something years ago, but I'll never forget. It's one of those moments. I'll never forget this. This mayor said, Paul, I said, yes, Mayor. He said, look, he said, how do you phrase it? He goes, the most inexpensive mode of traffic control for any city or town. I said, what, police? He said, no, potholes.
You're invited to come tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Brand new apartments that include assigned garage parking with direct elevator access, private storage areas, state-of-the-art fitness center, and a welcoming clubhouse. All of this in beautiful Milford, Connecticut, where you'll find historic New England charm in a city with everything you need for modern everyday life. Visit foresthillsmilford.com to schedule your tour. foresthillsmilford.com.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams, Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code radio20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code radio20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code radio20.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, hour and 20, Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. The Parkway northbound really isn't much help right now. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, overcross northbound, all bunched up through Woodbridge going into the tunnel. And 91 southbound closed at exit 15 because of a crash. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Smoke this evening and overnight in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny, warm, and less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've got the questions. Paul has the answers. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, I'll close out with a little something about our Attorney General, Mr. Tong, his response to the Eversource rate increase thing. We'll talk about that momentarily. First, though, our buddy Dave in Meriden. Dave, how are you today? What's up?
Good, Paul. Hey, earlier you were talking about the speed cameras.
Yeah.
And one caller said something about he wasn't sure if they were active during non-school hours.
Yeah.
Well, the one that nailed me in Middletown a couple of months ago, this was a Sunday morning.
Yeah.
I was going to church, and there was a school there, but the thing was active. So I think it's up to the town where they either activate them or deactivate them as they wish.
Absolutely. And Dave, thank you. You're breaking up a little bit. Yeah, no, that Dave, that is how it works. So again, I urge people, just to wrap up on this topic, I urge people, go online and find out. And because one thing I cannot stand, and I love you like crazy, all you listeners there, and even people that, correspond with me on online, but the when did this happen question is inexcusable, folks. I'm sorry, that's inexcusable. Between your phone and your desktop and your notebook and your smartwatch and your tablet, there is no excuse to not know what's happening. All you have to do now with AI is type in something like, I live in X, Connecticut. Is my town applying for speed cameras? And you'll get the answer right there. The answer will be found right there. Yes, your town is applying, and the official application went into the DOT on XYZ date. I'm telling you, if you didn't like internet searches before because you didn't want to go to this link or go to that link, I'm telling you, just talk to your computer in real English. Now, you can do that with artificial intelligence. It'll help you. All right. One of the last things I want to talk about. Everybody, of course, is understandably mad that Eversource wants more money. We get that. We understand that. And, boy, our Attorney General, William Tong, he was sounding like the Cape Crusader today.
The Office of the Attorney General is going to unload.
Ooh.
We are going to do everything we can to stop this and push back on a company, by the way, whose stock price is up over 14% year over year and who's been giving more and more dividends, increasing dividends back to their shareholders.
All right, couple of things there. We're going to unload. That's crazy there. Number two, and believe me, I'm not in the Eversource fan club. Far from it. I'm not an Eversource customer. Number two, well, they're giving their shareholders more and more dividends every year. Well, that's kind of, Mr. Attorney General, what a publicly held company is supposed to do, like their fiduciary responsibility. But I wanted to go back to that earlier part. We're going to unload on this. All right, and listen, he is the chief law enforcement officer of the state. If he thinks, civil law enforcement, if he thinks that people are going to get screwed here on this, then good on him to go after the company. But here's the bottom line. When are we going to unload on our energy future? See, the party in power, they talk a really good game. Everybody's a bad guy they go after, which is fine. Again, the legal process, I'm good with that. Let's let that play out. Ain't nothing wrong with that at all. Part of the job of the Attorney General, the chief legal law enforcement officer of the state. But here's what's going to happen. They're going to battle, and Eversource will get something. They won't get 18%. Maybe they'll give them half or whatever, and everybody will shake hands, laugh, and go out for cocktails. And you know what's not going to happen? Any sort of serious planning for our energy future. And like our buddy John McKinney said at the quarter past the break, right? This stuff has been going on for 20, 30, 40 years. But our lawmakers in Hartford, or at least the Democrats in the majority, they kowtow to a small but very vocal minority of people here in the state who, as John said, unless it is solar power or unless it's wind power, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear anything else. They don't want to hear about coal. They don't want to hear about oil. They don't want to hear about natural gas. They don't want to hear about nuclear. They don't want to hear about anything else. And because they wield power in some of these legislative races, which are razor-thin races, the spineless law, and I'm sorry I have to do that, but a lot of people in Hartford are just out and out spineless. Because year in and year out, they know that we need something cogent to help our energy future. And I'm not saying it's easy. If you tell me, hey, Paul, what's your idea? I have no idea. You got to generate more power. You got to build more pipelines. You got to import more stuff from Massachusetts or New York. And again, Kathy Hochul putting the brakes on getting that any more energy, apparently, from what I read and what I'm told, into Connecticut. Why aren't we suing her? Ryan Fazio was right on this. Why? Well, we know why. A blue state doesn't sue a blue state. A red state doesn't sue a red state. Why are we not suing the state of New York? Saying what you are doing, Governor, or not doing, is directly affecting the energy future of our state here. I mean, William Tong, he fires out lawsuits like they're handfuls of Skittle. Okay, let's sue New York about this pipeline that I guess has been slowed down and put the kibosh on for years and years. I don't know, sue everybody. Weren't we supposed to get a pass-through on a power line through Massachusetts? And they stopped that, too, when the governor tried to schmooze them? Folks, here's the thing. Nothing happens. See, that's my one of my best college friends. He used to use that phrase. Remember that phrase? Now, I don't necessarily agree with it, but there's a phrase out there that he used to laugh at. Do something, even if it's wrong. At least show us you're alive. So he used to say, do something even if it's wrong. Now, I don't want the General Assembly to do the wrong thing. Lord knows we deal with that on a somewhat regular basis. But having said that, nothing happens. Nothing changes. Nothing. And I guarantee you, coming up, in 2028, when the General Assembly is up again, and in 2030, when either Governor Lamont is retiring after his third term, or Governor Fazio is getting ready for another term, who knows? I'm sorry, 2030 would be the next governor's race, but in 2028 or 2030, I mean, what's going to happen? Well, Paul, it takes it takes a long time. So we know it takes a long time. Let's get started on it. Let's measure it incrementally. And we have this working group now on school funding, and we have this working group now on property taxes. That's all great. There is literally nothing wrong with talking about stuff and saying, well, here's where we're going to get stuff done. But, folks, if you think I'm being a crank about this, I ask you a simple question. You tell me what changes on the big issues in this state. Now they go after ICE, and we have more reproductive health, and we're going to pass more gun laws, and you still get screwed with your electric bill. You still get a good screwing with your electric bill. I'm sorry I have to put it that way, but what would you say? What would you say? So again, good for Mr. Tong if he thinks that that Eversource is way out of line here, and the utility regulators do, and the Bureau regulators do. God bless them. Let them go do their work and let the chips fall where they may. But my God, when are we actually going to do something that matters to save you folks a little more money on your electric bill? My God, other states have figured it out. Why not us? All right, let's put a capper on it. Traffic and weather together right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, hour and 20, Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. The Parkway northbound really isn't much help right now. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, over across northbound, all bunched up through Woodbridge going into the tunnel. And 91 southbound closed at exit 15 because of a crash. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
Tonight we'll bring more smoke in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny and warm, but less humid in the mid-80s. Saturday, a few showers and thunderstorms in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Nobody builds a business without hearing a few reasons it won't work. Too risky, too crowded, too ambitious. But the people who move things forward usually hear those words first. Because growing a business takes more than optimism. It takes nerve, and eventually, a partner built for what's next. That's Next Rodeo. Big thinking, proven creative. For businesses still moving forward. Next Rodeo. The difference between the business you have and the business you want. Meet us at thenextrodeo.com.
The summer sale is happening now at Courtesy Carpet in Monroe. As your local family-owned flooring store, Courtesy Carpet is offering savings on select carpet, waterproof flooring, hardwood, laminate, and more from trusted brands like Shaw and Mohawk. Planning a summer home project? Stop in and let their friendly, knowledgeable team help you find the perfect floor for your home and budget. Financing available. Hurry, the summer sale ends Labor Day. Visit courtesycarpet.com. At Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy. At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, not enough time for another call here. So great, another day number 4 in the books today, this week, big Friday show. Coming up tomorrow, thanks once again, Chris Williams, the one and only news guy, board operator, phone screener, chief engineer during the show here. We had Andrew Krause on the traffic and Paul Piorek on the weather. It was funny today to hear in the forecast tonight, smoke. Jeez. Oh, man. All right, coming up, keep it right here. News, top of the hour from our friends at ABC News. Some great stuff you may have missed from Melissa in the Morning and or the Lisa Wexler extravaganza. Melissa in the Morning, 5 to 10, every Monday through Friday. Lisa Wexler, 10 to noon. The Download at noon, John Kamal and Chris Williams, and then me. Then it's Eric Erickson coming up at 10, Lars Larson coming up at 7. Before that, the Overnight Guys. Melissa picks it up tomorrow morning, bright and early at 5, right here, you know where.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Primary races continue across the country ahead of November's midterm elections. Tonight, President Trump addresses Americans. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says his remarks will